Check.
I'm so out of shape.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. Are we just lock them down?
Yeah, wherever you like. Wherever you like.
Okay.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Oh, fantastic.
You know, doing a little mix up in the day, you know.
It's always fun.
Good.
Love the road. Some bumps are bigger than others. It's all good.
We need this power, so I can't complain.
That's good. I'm good. How are you, sir? Birthday, right? Oh, Kathy.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. Everything okay?
Yeah.
So
Can't
what's happening is you as a user logged in can see the video feed and what's going on up here. When I'm on,
Oh, you
it
can
doesn't
see.
show on the
Right,
live stream.
right.
So me manipulating the box like I was doing last time,
Yeah.
thinking I'm being all helpful to people,
Yeah.
it wasn't doing anything.
That's
So that now I know it's really you could manipulate that and make it bigger.
Right.
I wasn't doing anything.
I got you.
No,
Got
I
you.
got it.
Makes sense, bro.
No,
Thank you, my man.
Yeah, that scared me, not gonna lie. Was
What's
not
that?
expecting that because I could hear you guys on weak voices.
All right, that makes perfect sense.
How are you? You kept your power at which part of your building today?
We're on two different power companies. We have one building and the office area is on REA building. Rest of it was too high, but ours was already shut off today anyway because of doing repair behind our building. So we hadn't had internet or power since 8:30. So
That's torturous.
we knew it was gonna happen, so the rest of it, the other didn't bother us much.
You're like,
The way I was looking at it, like,
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to
Daddy.
Happy birthday to you.
You wait till you get this out.
You're on this side, right? That's a little. They probably either threw it back or they did leave it. It really isn't that big, so they have learned the trick that you hold it out close to the camera. It looks a lot bigger. I'm gonna see if the girls out there. Yes. Yes, just sign it that way we have. That's the agenda. You landed it. I didn't cross those streets. That's our meeting before and our policy. You don't have to say that. Yeah, it just lets us kind of be easier for the same.
Everybody here, or everybody not?
We have a lot of people that left. You're right. I want out maybe. Did they say, did they come back? How are you? Oh, we're almost in.
I want to hear something. He's good, he's good.
Right
He's
now.
in the 5th grade,
My
yeah.
goodness.
He's getting on me on land. He's like a teenager. And he's at Polk Central. Yeah, he misses the later. Yeah, it's hard on kids to move, but you know what? They are resilient. Well, I like to think so, but he still talks about saluting his saluted friends and his saluted teachers. And you know, where do y'all live? We bought property in Mill Spring, and we lived in. Oh, okay. We bought property in Mill Spring and are currently living in a camper. Oh, I'm housed in. We're in Mill Spring. I'm in Mill Spring as well. Oh, okay. We're off the, you know where Caitlin Farms is? Yes. We bought that. A.R. Thompson right across from where Caitlin Farms is. Okay. And A.R. Thompson, that property is right there. Okay. Yeah, there's a big garage on it right now. That's good. Okay, nice. Well, my husband's a pastor at Beulah, which is really close to where you are. We bought property in Sunnyview, but we live at the church parsonage, which is, you can't see it from the road, but it's down behind the trees near the church. Eventually, we'd like to build, you know, but right now it's not really the time to build. We've learned that the hard way, so I think it's so long, and we're, wait on that part. No, we're gonna wait on this part. No, we need to do that part right now because of the price. It's right. It's been. Are you gonna be your own subcontractors? Pretty much. Okay. It's,
Not sure why there's a Lego man up here, but he's gonna stay. I like that.
it's to give you your movement.
That's right, exactly.
Good, hope you all. Honey, I was not check my. How are you? No problem. Going on.
It was good though. Thank you coming over.
No, thank you.
Glad it went big.
Change the whole new days, man, so you get the portal lights on me.
That was great.
Oh, this is great. How are you doing?
Yeah, he was mad about that.
I promise you it made it colder. It was already cold back.
He was gonna say, it's already chilly by that time. Are you ready? You ready? No worries, no worries. You got this, right? As far as I hadn't seen you all day, sir.
That's true. We missed like 12 minutes.
It's good.
Otherwise, it would have been all day. Cindy, how you doing?
You guys all get new name tags. These look like a different color.
No,
Thanks for noticing.
That's what I noticed.
I think we got new chairs though. Aren't these? new?
Oh, yeah.
Hello, I'm Kelly Welch. Nice to meet you. How's your day been?
Full. We were doing the community health improvement plan retreat.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
the name was a little better than.
Well, it sounds really
How
impressive.
often you have a retreat at the middle school?
Yeah.
But-
I might need a new word for that.
It's like $5.
It's Gibbs, Miss Jackson, just an audio check. Be sure you guys can hear us okay.
It was difficult.
It's back, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs.
It's 6 o'clock instead of.
Miss Jackson, if you can hear me okay, if you don't mind, let me know.
Just saw someone.
So.
Team Murphy, how's it going?
With both brains.
I hear you, brother.
Oh, Apple. Mike,
They better be.
Yeah, well. So. We have to have a whole conversation about that. You know where it came from?
oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I just want you to know. that- And I wanted to last week, I told her she was going to enforcement. I wanted to go on. I appreciate it.
Right.
And, so I made her understand that. She said, we're not.
Well, that's, yeah, I always, buy peaches there from. Or you wanted the marathon.
Yeah.
And my.
Yeah. Anyhow, I want you to hear me. I want you to know. But she offered that. Yes. So, you know, if you're using audio on your phone.
Right.
Should be. Just talk that way through. Just wanted to make sure you. How you.
Yeah. You know, I kind of feel like I'm gonna do what I can do is. Who knows how to.
How are you?
Very sweet.
So it may be that you may have.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, if you don't mind. doing
Hey,
that.
thanks. I keep forgetting tomorrow night. Another.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Yes, ma'am.
Seriously.
Everything okay?
Gone.
We're not using that anymore.
Right now, the company that we buy that from, sunset that particular product. So, so our official minutes, Tanya keeps and all of that stuff is there. So they are not online.
We were losing video.
I still have the videos.
Hey, would you wait outside? We need you.
Yep.
Wait, we'll let you know.
So do we have an
Outside.
You to Rodney Dangerfield. I'm the Rodney Dangerfield superintendent.
Aaron, why have you got him on the front row?
To improve aesthetics.
Getting close.
People look at him instead of him.
They're in my Google account. And they're also
Eric.
sure probably going to send you the links too.
My
But
God.
yes, that's why we moved to this particular tool now. That company, yes, they said that's the product we're no longer gonna use. So they bought a different company for doing that product and they have their own product. They bought a different company with better product and they killed theirs and used the new company.
I love
So,
so sharp. You got it going on.
That's what I told her. I let those bridges go.
Well, that's why, you know,
That was interesting that you had the same feedback about that particular incident.
If I'm looking for something, I'll find it.
Our conversation earlier today.
And then go back and find it. We grab a computer and I'll.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, about the kids. How they act.
Hey, Mr.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I've had a lot of conversations today.
Ms. Jackson is online, can see what we're doing, she's just working on audio, being able to comment, so. Beautiful.
here for a quick second.
Oh, how you doing, sir?
I'm well. How about you, Rick?
Good. Good to see you.
I enjoyed our
I didn't take
adventure the other day. That was fun. We just
Shot the bull.
we're just cruising to try on, man. It's more fun than you think.
Like being a kid again, huh? Teenager anyway. What'd you guys do? Go around, put some signs up?
We did.
You guys need your sons.
You have to ask my campaign manager.
I will. I'm going up. I'm out of spot now.
No, I got one in the trunk.
How long to get in from you tonight?
So she's in, she can hear, but she cannot.
She can hear, she can see, but she cannot respond right now. She's worried about it. Just don't, get you on the way out.
Congratulations.
Sure. Noticed I got some help.
I did.
I brought some reinforcements.
I called Dr. Manine this morning and said, our guest speaker for Thursday's Rotary meeting has skipped out. So would you do it on Thursday? It's only Monday morning.
First he said 15 minutes, and then he said, well, maybe you could go 25. I was like, oh, I don't know. 15 minutes.
Was it Abraham Lincoln who said, if you want me to speak for 3 hours, I'm ready. But if you want me to speak for 5 minutes, I'll need 2 weeks. So just give him 3 hours. That'll teach him.
Mr. Chair, I think we have Ms. Jackson, Ms. Gibbs online with us. And again, this is a work session only, so whenever you're ready for us.
You need me to call this thing to order, don't you?
Well, you do have to call a work session to order.
I hereby call the October 10th work session to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, we are here today to discuss continuous improvement in our district. Although we do very well in terms of how we perform relative to other districts in the states. We want to make sure that we're always working to improve and to make sure that we are doing that at the school level and district level. And certainly we're glad to have these wonderful people here today to present their school improvement plans, or at least a summary of them to us. So on behalf of our board, I will welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time and energy. And the order was randomly selected, I believe. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes,
So no reason to direct our in any specific direction, but we do appreciate you being here. Fairly informal. If you have questions, obviously these folks will be able to answer them for you. Before we get started with the plans, because our schools are going to incorporate conversations about growth, and that's a big focus of ours, given that we've lost some of this opportunity to learn during COVID. I think you'll hear some of that mentioned today during our presentation. So to give the board a reminder, a little bit of a rewind on EVOS and growth, I would like for Adrienne Hammond to take a few minutes and explain what she has handed out to you here. Adrienne.
Yes, so EVOS is the school growth and achievement tool that the state uses. And the expectation is that for a year's worth of input, that students gain a year's worth of growth. So the scores are taken from end of grade EOC testing, and they're tabulated, run through with their formulas, and then they take how the students performed and rank those and compare those among other students at that level across the state. So that's what this EVOS tool does. It's really neat that the schools can dig down deep and look by their subgroups, look by gender, race, programs, like you name it. They can drill down and find out how the students in each of those subgroups are performing. But I have just printed off for you an overall view of where our district is according to the EVOS tool. And I included the year 2022, but then I went back to 2019, which was sort of our last normal year in accountability, and included that report too. So you can see
where our areas of strength and weakness are in regards to that 2019 school year. So this data is here for you. The principals have included in their summaries and in their plans action steps informed by their EVOS data. And they have a lot more detailed reports and views once they get into the system. So you're going to hear them mention some of that in their reports. And I just wanted to give you an overview of what is EVOS so that when you hear them referring to that, you know that is this tool. Do y'all have any questions?
And folks, this is the same EVOS tool we've been using for years, as you know, to go around and meet with not only individual schools, but individual teachers to talk about growth and areas that we can improve. So I appreciate Adrian giving you a little primer back on it again, in case you guys were off base a little bit on EVOS. And with that being said, do you have any questions about growth? Awesome, awesome. If not, then I think we should go ahead and proceed with Dr. Carrie Manine from Tryon Elementary. Please introduce your District Teacher of the Year guest.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We're happy to be here today. It's always a pleasure to come to see the board and share the fun things that we're doing at our school. Ms. Kelly Welch, she is here with me today. Kelly is currently the 3rd grade teacher at Tryon Elementary School. She is the Teacher of the Year at Tryon, and she's Polk County Teacher of the Year. So we're very happy to have you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Manine.
You're welcome.
So our first goal today, I'm going to go through goal 1 through 3. So Tryon Elementary will implement research-based instructional strategies that are engaging and lead to high-quality learning for every student. So I'll start with reading first. One thing that we're doing different at Tryon this year is our Hegarty Phonics program. Students are, teachers are doing this in the classroom every day, and we're trying to build up our phonics so that students will have a strong foundation of phonics skills in the early elementary grades. 3rd grade would love to do Hegarty Phonics, but since they do not have a Hegarty Phonics program for 3rd grade, we are implementing new spelling work resource that incorporates a lot of phonics skills so that we can work with students on building those phonics rules, spelling rules, prefixes, and suffixes throughout the week. We are continuing to implement IRA implementation based on in-class scores. Also, we're continuing to implement letters training. One thing that 3rd grade is doing, and other grades are doing this as well, is providing students with one reading fluency passage for students throughout the week. And so students, we have 3 passages that are the same, but just in various levels. First level is given to red and yellow students based on in-class scores. Second level is given to green, and third level is given to blue students so that they are consistently practicing that fluency piece 4 days at school and 4 days at home. One thing we're doing different at Tryon is our reading log this year. So students have a reading log in their individual yellow folders. They have to read 5 nights a week, at least 20 minutes a night. And one thing that 3rd grade is doing a little bit different this year, we have a program called Read and Quiz, which is similar to AR. And this is to where students can take tests on books they have read, and we can have that accountability piece that they are comprehending the material as well as reading the book. We are facilitating one book in one school to be determined, but one book, and then we as a school will be reading that book to our students. One thing that many teachers wanted to do this year was do peer observations so that they can find out best practices in the classroom. Teachers will observe someone else's classroom and incorporate those best practices in their own classroom. One thing that we are trying to implement soon is a writing folder so that we are all on the same page regards to some of the writing practices we do in class, like, for example, proofreading, the race strategy, like restate, answer, cite, explain. For math, some of the activities we're doing, 2nd grade teachers fortunately have their own teacher assistant and that's the first time they've had their own teacher assistant. So they are incorporating small group activities, including reading and math, and of course K through 1st are as well. One program that Tryon Elementary purchased was and they actually purchased this for after school, but we're also using this in our classrooms, is iExcel. And iExcel is math-based, but we're doing activities for differentiation. Students can go at their own pace on IXL. We assign the lessons, and then some students spend more time on lessons than others to continue. One thing I'm super excited about is for our science, we have a new STEAM room. We actually replaced our computer lab with our STEAM room this year. And so students, instead of computer lab activities, they do STEAM activities like cardboard, making things out of cardboard, paper, Legos. One activity that I did with my students in STEAM, we have these new Lego kits where students can build things. So we had read a story about a tree house, and students were able to build a tree house and then code it. So, and also we're trying to include more STEAM activities in the classroom. For example, last week I made slime with my kids, and we did like 2 liquids and makes it solid. But just trying to incorporate those activities so that students can be more critical thinkers, problem solvers. And we also continue to incorporate Smithsonian science in our classrooms as well. And that's pretty much all I have. I'll turn it back over to
Right,
Dr.
thank you so much,
Thank
Kelly, I
you.
appreciate it. So Kelly talked about the academic goals, and we do have room to grow. We didn't meet growth last year in Tryon for math and reading, so implementing some of these things and then a few other things, early on we're presenting our plan, but as the year goes, we're going to find out, some other areas and some strategies to help improve in those areas. We are looking a lot at data when I'm meeting with the teachers to go over the PDP plans. I'm meeting with them and we're looking at, Adrian did a great job of printing some things for me just to say, we were weak in this area last year. What can we do to improve upon that? And where can we go from here? So that's what we're doing academics. So we have 2 other goals and I'll share those. Attendance rates, that's always on a school improvement plan, how to improve attendance. They are not where they were pre-COVID. It's, I would say for the majority, students are back in, they're ready to go. They are happy to be here. They are like bebopping off that bus or out of those cars, racing toward the door, happy to be at school, not wanting to leave on the weekend and go home because they love school. But that's not everybody. So we do have those certain students who need that additional push. We got to get you in school. So we have done a little bit better at it this year. I know as a principal, being at Salute, I'm doing better at it, trying as well. And that's getting those letters out. Those, if you miss 3 days of school, if you miss 6 days of school, if you miss 9, we've already had one child that's missed 10. And so Lindley's on that. We have those attendance meetings. Something different that we're doing this year, though, is those check-ins. So that those certain children have those adults in their life when they come to school. They could have walked out that door and had a fight with a parent or an older brother, older sister. Having that person when they come in, hey, how's your morning? We're going to have to set you up for a great day today. Give them that positive, and then check in at the end of the day. I know we're going to work on a couple of goals today. How did that work for you? I'll see you tomorrow morning. And it's not everybody, but it's those kids that for some reason are not here, something going on in their life. So in addition to check-ins, we're having dine with an adult. I've already done that a couple times this year. I love dining with students. They tell you all kinds of things. The guidance counselor is doing a super job as well. I've got dining with like 4 or 5 kids. Like if this kid is struggling socially, so we're gonna have you meet with 3 or 4 other kids that may have the same issues or maybe not, just to help make friends and this is their well-being and to help get them to come to school. Second step we're still doing. We know a program is not how you build a relationship, but some of the lessons in second step, they have little puppets for role play. They really are good. So the teachers kind of pick and choose that. Increased communications with parents and families. Kelly talked about the reading log that we have going home. So that is a communication folder. When I came to Tryon, I thought we did this in Salute. It worked great. Rob, you probably remember it. It's this little folder that goes home every single day with the child. It's yellow. And Mr. Ashford, he's right like this. I understand. I am seeing this at home. And so it's a really good way for, it's a behavior log. It's a reading log. It's, this is what I want the parents to look at today. So it's increasing that communication with parents. And I think now more than ever, teachers do have good communication with parents because of the remind messages and the dojo. That is like instant. They can quickly, your child's not here and it's 8:15. Sometimes that might be the wake up call for the parent or just going back and forth or check with Johnny today, had a little bad day. That's working even better than email actually. Newsletters, teachers continue to do those. I'll give out newsletters as well. Implementing morale building opportunities for staff and students. This is, again, fun things to get the kids to come to school. We are doing monthly character traits. I think this is something that they did at Tryon before. We're going to continue to do them. We just had in September, it was kindness month. So teachers select who they think was a, super citizen in kindness that month. Get their pictures taken, Facebook, people love Facebook. Parents love to see the little kids on Facebook, and then we make a big display of it. So top Tiger Awards, we're doing those as well too. Same concept is that children are being recognized for going above and beyond. So they love it when we call their names on the loudspeaker. They just love that. Friendship Week is coming up, so we do have some things going on with that. Pajama Day. Let's see what they have. Pajama Day, putting bullying to rest. That was kind of cool. Superhero Day, stand up against bullying. So just kind of ideas like that. Teachers are getting real creative, make it real fun for the kids. Some things we're doing with staff to help build a relationship. When I first came to Tryon, coming from a small school, I thought they knew each other, but they didn't. Like pre-K at Forbes might not know some of the teachers in second grade. Well, the fourth grade building might not know someone in the annex building. I was like, well, we all know each other. Okay, so we're going to do some relationship building things with that. The guidance counselor and I got together and thought, well, what if we just have like a craft day? You can volunteer and come and we'll buy the craft, pay $5, we'll get some crafts. So things like that. There's a prayer group, ice cream social, board games, or just things like that to get the teachers all happy, although they all seem very delighted to be back. All right, so last goal number 5, increase partnerships with families in the community. This is always a favorite of mine. We've already had one family engagement activity. We called it Dot Day because we had read the, what is that book called? I think the Dot Day book. The Dots, thank you. It's called the Dot. So all the teachers just did really fun science activities in the classrooms that the parents could come in. We had a huge turnout. Book fair was the same night. And Jamie Kilgore, the media specialist, said that was the best. She hit a record. We made over $10,000 on the book fair in a week. Wow. 6,000 was from that night. So that tells me parents and families want to get into the schools. They want to be back to normal. Teachers are all excited about it. I have a wonderful PTA. I never had PTA before. I love the PTA. They're just active, go-getters, just doing fun things. Okay, so one other thing that's unique to Tryon is that Tryon is a Purple Star school. And so this means that we continue to support our military families. So if you are out to the parade, the Veterans Day parade coming up, Tryon does have a float, and we have, we're going to have decorated, and we're going to have some of those families on there. So that's fantastic. And then another thing that's coming up that we look forward to is that in 2023, I think at the end of it, so this coming fall of 2023 will be the first year that in 1923, Tryon children came to Tryon. So we're going to celebrate 100th year as well, like Salute is doing. So we're going to get that up and going. So lots of fun things happening. All right, does anyone have any questions for Kelly? Any questions for Tryon? Thank you guys for all you do. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without you guys making the decisions for us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right.
Ms. Welch, Dr. Manning, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Kim McMahon, Polk Central Elementary, and I think she's got a guest as well.
Yes, I have Miss Angela Defford, our Title I teacher. We just want to start by saying thank you for continued support from the board and district leadership. The past few years we know have been very difficult, but we're all coming out of it. Our plan this year is actually focusing on resetting our culture, our school culture, and our academics after 3 years of uncertainty and struggling through some very uncertain times. We really felt like we had a good opportunity to do some real reset here. Angela's going to talk about our academic goals. So if you can go ahead and do the reading math, and I'll talk about it.
Okay, with our reading goal, our reading proficiency will reach 70% by June 2024 across grade levels on reading integrate tests, which would be attaining a 7.3 growth increase over those 2 years. The strategy we are going to use, we're going to build a school-wide reading culture, and that's what we're really working on, finding that love for reading for students. And we're doing that by building at-home libraries. We also have added lots of books to our actual library that we have there at school. Through read alouds, we found that, you know, it starts with us. So we're really pushing that. We have bought lots of class sets too to help support those endeavors. Also, our letters training. It's a great foundational piece to build reading for our teachers. We know that it starts at the top and it starts at the bottom and you build up. And that's something that a lot of our teachers don't have the foundational skills that we find when they, especially coming out of school. So that's something that we really emphasized greatly, and letters does help us with that piece. Also, the science of reading, which is based from letters, is something that we are implementing throughout our literacy block. And that's a huge push, which goes right along with what we've already implemented, which is our Orton, Gillingham, and Hegarty. Those are some, you know, phonics skills that phonemic awareness piece as well. So we're really pushing that as well, which also helped us this year. We had to do our piece, which are individualized reading plans for students that show up as at-risk students. And so that really helped us with that as well. We also use inclusion implementation for our EC students, which helps us get those students in that academic classroom and get that content that they desperately need to that's on grade level. So we're actually using that piece as well. Title I also supports our teachers with model lessons and resources that we have at our school, especially for those new teachers. For our math goal, our math proficiency will reach 72% by June of 2023 across grade levels on math end of grade tests by attaining a 2.7% growth. The strategies we want to use here are common math language through Envisions, foundational skills in math training in K-5 with K-5 teachers. We do have 3 teachers that are actually trained in that as well. We'd like to have the rest of our teachers too. We also have implemented a math coach, which is JJ Waddell. We've included that this year. And an inclusion implementation as well with our EC students again. We've using that strategy. For science, our science goal for our 5th grade students, they will reach a 70% increase, 70% by June of 2023 on the science integrated testing, which will be attaining a 2% growth increase. They're going to use the strategies such as insomnia training, the content literacy and vocabulary, the root ed and muddy sneakers incentives, which the students actually enjoy, and that's definitely hands-on there. And again, we're still going to use the inclusion for those EC students.
Our last goal is dealing with our school culture and community. The way we stated in our school improvement plans is the Polk Central Elementary School community of students, faculty, staff, administration, parents, and local community stakeholders will work together to support the needs of all stakeholders in terms of academic and social emotional growth, while allowing all stakeholders to feel valued and accountable for the success in our school community. So we're really trying to build our school community and kind of change the culture. We feel like it was somewhat dissected over the past few years. Things that we're doing to help with that. We have a lot with our social emotional learning piece. We're doing the second step lessons, but along with that, we do the check-in, check-out as well. We have about 26 kids that are doing our check-in, check-out program as of right now. That is where they do have an adult mentor. They check in with them in the morning. They set a goal for the day, check in the afternoon, see how they did with the goal. So we have that. Our guidance counselor is working on doing double leadership lessons. In the past, she would meet with each group once a month, each different class, to go through a leadership lesson. She's actually trying to double up on those now, just to try to help. We do see an increase in behaviors since the past few years, and so we're trying to do things to mitigate that. We also have instituted student clubs for this year for grades 3 through 5. These include clubs like hiking, running. There's a kindness club. We do our principals advisory committee, which is a student government. We're homeroom. They elect their own reps and they meet with me once a month. We're also using our SOAR matrix for behaviors. And we have that placed throughout the building, hallways, library, classrooms, to remind students about their behaviors. Things that we're doing for our school climate with our teachers. Teachers are meeting their PLCs at least once a week. We're also doing a staff-wide book study called Ridiculously Amazing Schools. And it's about bringing together staff and supporting each other, not just with the academic pieces and with planning, but also just social emotional support for each other, having each other's back kind of thing. We also are trying to increase our stakeholder involvement with our PTO and special committees implementation. So far, we have over 70 different sets of parents who signed up to participate this year. And that's working out really well. We've had a lot of parents coming in to volunteer to do some different things with our kiddos. So we hope that will also help that, that culture piece. Do you have any questions for us?
How's Muddy Sneakers work for you all? How do you do that?
So our Muddy Sneakers, we have a couple of them that are done on campus, but most of them this year will be off campus. And I think the way Ms. Walter, she's our 5th grade science teacher, and she kind of heads up that part of it. I think the way she's working it this year is she's tying that in with our Root Ed initiatives. We have, I think, 8 teachers or 9 teachers that are going through Root Ed to learn about problem-based learning and how to teach using more hands-on kinesthetic methods. So they're trying to tie all those pieces together and do a lot of outside stuff.
And the kids respond well?
Mm-hmm. The kids like the Muddy Sneakers. Only 5th grade has started their Root Ed stuff. We had a 2-day workshop at our school. One day was at Blue Ridge Community College. The second day was at our school, and we had teachers from other districts that came in as well. But our 5th graders were kind of the guinea pigs, and they participated that day. And so we had teachers from other school districts and our teachers working with our kids. And we got some really good feedback from people outside of our school. So
great, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Kim McMahon, National Director, thank you so much. Y'all have a great evening. We appreciate you being here. Thank you, thank you. Next on the list, Mr. Preston Allen.
By myself today.
Now you so fine solo. I'm just after you being in the dunking booth on Friday night, I'm glad you're here, sir. Thought you might have pneumonia after the ice bath. Go right ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, almost good evening, Mr. Green, Chairman Ashworth, school board members, and the rest in attendance. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share about Sunnyview. I'm gonna flip around a little bit, maybe different. I'm gonna share what didn't go good last couple of years, and then as I'm sharing and going through our plan, you'll realize why we're made some enhancements on our curriculum and some changes that we've done. But of course, as our schools said, we went through that time of COVID, and fortunately, the last couple of years, we have made some improvements and some positive gains. We did meet our expected growth this year, except for in science, and I go ahead and share that because I'll share with you what we're doing to help that. But in ELA and math, we did meet our expected growth, so that's good. Of course, in science for elementary, 5th grade is the only tested grade in 5th grade. So a lot of our science stuff, not only are we concentrating on 5th grade because they are tested, we're also starting all the way into pre-K. And I will share about some STEM activities that we are doing and trying to enhance our hands-on activities. So even from pre-K, they're starting to learn that science curriculum a little bit more, so that when they do get to 5th grade, they are ready for that EOG testing. But going back to 2018, looking at our EVOS analysis through all the way since then, 2018 was a good year. We met expected growth in all 3 subject areas. We did have a little bit of decline because of COVID with ELA and math, but then this year we went back in the positive direction. But now in science we have slowly declined. A couple reasons for that. But to help with that, and I will share as I go through the plan, some of the new stuff that we're doing for ELA to help continue that growth, but also math, some things. But science, we made some personnel changes flip-flop some people around, move some people, which I think is going to definitely help our situation in all of our grade levels. So sometimes personnel change is good. So sometimes people can get a little bit burned out in what they're doing, and flip-flop around. We always hope it's good. And with our meeting our growth last year, a couple of changes did definitely work out, and we hope that the future is definitely bright. I'm never satisfied, and I'm just never satisfied. I think we can always do better. Especially at Sunnyview. I think Sunnyview is the best school in Polk County. And so I work hard every day I hope I show that to everybody, that I do think they're the best, and we work hard each day. But we do have those deficiencies in science. So we've made some personnel changes. We've increased our scheduled daily science time. We've added weekly STEM time, and I'll share a little bit more about that. And we've added some other curriculum enhancements. So we expect our kids to grow every year and meet growth. We also, in the years to come, we hope each year we go above and exceed that expected growth. So that's hopefully that is the way the trend at Sunnyview continues. We did have in our school performance grades that came out. I know you've seen this, and you've seen all of our schools school improvement plans. So I won't share everything, but our achievement level was right at 60%, but our growth percent was 75.7%. So only 60% they achieved their 3, 4, or 5 on the integrate, but almost 76% grew. And I think that is very important in the situation that we're in, especially coming out of COVID. Now, unfortunately, we still had a C as our school grade, which is not good, but we met growth and we're continuing to improve, and that's all we can do. So did want to share a little bit about that. So I want to mention a couple things. Our mission at Sunnyview is to build a learning community that works together to inform, inspire, and empower our students to become confident, lifelong learners. And that's something we do every day. We want to make sure that we have everybody from the parents, the community members, our staff on the same page. If we want our kids to grow, that we have to be communicating with each other and being on the same page. The education of our students is the responsibility of all stakeholders, and I hold that dear to my heart. That's why we have people coming from the community, have different organizations throughout Polk County that comes over to volunteer their time. I have the Farm Bureau, some ladies from Farm Bureau that comes over to takes part in reading to our kids and does activities with them. So that hopefully that will just giving that extra time with those other people other than just right there at Sunnyview, the staff there. Hopefully that will enhance our kids' learning. So with our ELA, our goal is to exceed 80% of our students to meet growth. Now that's a lofty goal, but I think every day that we can get there. It may take a couple of years, but we're getting closer. And I hope we're working hard each day to do that. But to get to that goal, we use Letterland. I believe Tron is the only other elementary school that uses Letterland. And I think they may have switched, listening to Ms. Lenine. We also use Haggerty, and both of those are phonics, as they've shared about Haggerty. We do have a book character parade, and Mr. Green was able to come out to the book character parade. They really get behind the reading, and that was we allowed everybody to participate. Of course, K2 that does Letterland, they picked Letterland characters to dress up in. This year they did really good, but this year I got to tell them to slow down. When you're in a parade, you want to be able to go slow and wave and have a good time. But I mean, it was over in like a minute or two. It was, and I know we don't have that many kids, but I mean, it was fast. So we're gonna work about parade marching because it was just way too fast. But the kids get into it. If the kids are having fun learning, they're going to learn. If they're not having fun, then it's going to be like pulling teeth to try to get them to do that. So we try to make learning fun each day. Of course, our teachers are still continuing to do letters training, and it seems like all of our teachers are enjoying that training. And I think that's definitely going to help our ELA scores continue to rise. Thanks to Ms. Crump for buying the Inside Geos books. That's supplemental resources that are being able to be used for small reading groups, and we're able to get those small reading groups back. And since COVID was over, we had to be careful, as you know, how many people we had together. But getting those groups back together, I think, is good and emphasizes reading skills and responding to text through written response. So we're definitely excited about the GOs, and as the kids have got started, I've heard good things, Ms. Crump. So thank you for that. A couple other things for ELA. Of course, we utilize AR, the Accelerated Reader program. Seems to go really good. You get mixed views about it, but at Sunny View it works. Our kids get really behind those activities when it comes to reading the books and getting their points. And again, it's incentives that we're able to give to them. It helps them out, so they stay excited. We are doing one book, one school. That has been something that Sunny View has done. I will go ahead, since what we're saying in here stays in here, go ahead and announce that we are going to be using or reading the book Nims Island. And your island, so you know it has something to do with marine life. And we hopefully are going to get approved for the grant, but we did a presentation to the Community Foundation to get a grant to pay for our kids to be able to go to the aquarium in Gatlinburg. So that will be a spring trip. Hopefully that will be approved. And that goes right along and give them a chance to get that hands-on experience with marine life. And as most of them's been to the beach, but as I found out the other day when I was doing a STEM activity with first grade and kindergarten, it looked like about half of them had never been to the beach before. So just getting that hands-on activity is going to help them grow, definitely. So hopefully that we'll hear within a month or so on that to see if that grant goes through. I'll be able to share at a later date about that. We do Panther reading time. We try to promote reading each night, about 20 minutes each day a week. And I try to, I haven't yet, because I've been going through a transition, losing my secretary, so in a transition mode. But last year I tried to do weekly readings. I filmed myself on Facebook reading a book, and the kids at night, that they would use that as their part of their reading time with their families. So that went over really good. So I hope to get that started back. Kids really enjoyed that. Math, some things that we're doing to, again, get to that 80% of our students being at proficiency. We are using, this will be our second year using the Envision math curriculum. That was really good. The kids seem to be really learning well with it. Also adding iExcel, that was mentioned, I think, by Tron. And also Generation Genius. Again, it's other math to help enhance, and it goes right along with our North Carolina standards as well as our Envision math curriculum. So it works good together. In science, again, that was where we were had our deficiencies. So this year we are increasing our STEM time. Everybody knows what STEM stands for. We created a room, one of our classrooms that was not being used, and turned it into a science lab, but it was definitely not utilized as much as it should have been last year. So this year it is a requirement that our teachers use that science lab. We have plenty of science kits. So each week on Fridays from 1:05 until the end of the day, I have different, whether it's an outside person from the community or our staff members, not our regular teachers, they do their own thing. But one time a 6 weeks, everybody gets a chance. We do a couple grade levels each Friday. They get a chance to work with a staff member that they usually don't get to work with in a different way. So a lot of hands-on type STEM activities. It may be science, technology, engineering, or math. And so whenever like this past Friday, we had our fall festival last Friday. By the way, it was tremendous. We had a great turnout. So I had to figure out, okay, since it's my time to teach STEM on the Friday, we just rotate Fridays. everybody's doing it, but sometimes it's with their regular teacher during that time. So I had to figure out, what am I going to do? Well, I chose to show Nemo, Finding Nemo, because all the kids enjoyed Finding Nemo. There's a lot of good information in that movie. So we talked about 15 minutes about all their experience and all the marine life that they were going to see and what was this and what was that. And so that went over really good. I don't usually like to show a movie, but when you have trying to get ready for a fall festival, that is a large undertaking. So I mean, that's a sort of took the easy way out on that week. But the first week that I did it, we made lava lamps with the kids. So that was definitely interesting. Talked about volcanoes and lava, how it cools and hardens up, and everybody knows what a lava lamp is that our kids love. So we actually made those for the kids as they got a chance to do that. We're making sure that they're doing a lot more hands-on type activities. We find that doing that is definitely going to enhance their science learning. It's stuff that they're fun, they're getting to touch stuff other than just a lecture or going over different things, definitions. So when they get to use their hands, they definitely are learning better. So I think that's going to be one of the biggest things that's going to help our science scores, just by using that. And we've got some other research-based programs, computer, that we can use to enhance that. I did make a personal change. I don't mind to share one of our highest science scores teacher that I have, Miss Bradley. I moved her back to teaching science for 5th grade. She's teaching EC now, but we've got it worked out so she can teach 5th grade science. And I think that from 2018 was her last year. We were at the top with those scores. So I hope that change and her getting back into that role is going to be good. So I definitely think that is going to be one of our biggest things that's going to help our science scores as we move forward. Of course, just as the other couple of schools mentioned, we do second steps, social emotional learning pieces. We do MTSS, and that's just really gotten big this year. We're working on it each day, and we use, I think, Central uses their ROAR discipline matrix. We use Panther matrix. I try to express and encourage behavior from that each day on my announcements. I can pinpoint different things if we're having a little issue here and there. Unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of discipline issues, so that's great. Hopefully, they understand the expectations that I have, and we go most days pretty smooth, and so we'll hopefully keep that going. But sometimes I can pinpoint different things that we're having problems in. I can encourage them and talk to them on my morning announcements to help with that. We do our character education. We take a monthly education or character trait, and we talk about it each day. I encourage all my staff as well as my parents to be on the PTO. Last year I had a great turnout, probably average 25 to 30 people each month. And then this year's been a little bit lower. Not sure exactly why. I'm going to talk a little bit more, I guess. I'm now about 10 to 15. I think it sort of goes through cycles according to what set of parents that we have. So just work hard to try to keep everybody there as much as possible. Last couple of years, we've done Pride Paw recognitions at the end of each week. They got it very expensive, so I had to cut back, and we're just doing it at the end of the 6 weeks. So that's the kids. It took them a little bit of time to adjust to that, because they were used to getting some type of prize, at least 30 of them each week, and that definitely for 2 years my funds ran dry on that. So we're going to, which will be coming up this Thursday, actually, and since we're at the end of the first 6 weeks, we're going to recognize everybody and do a special school-wide treat for the ones who've done good throughout the 6 weeks. So we're looking at just 6 at the end of each grading period, recognizing everybody. So sorry, took a little bit of extra time. We just wanted to share a little bit about all the good things going on at Sunnyview. And I think the future is bright. Hopefully we never have to go back to COVID or any other type of disease. And moving forward. Any questions?
Is it true that the Sunnyview Elementary School Fall Festival is the most valued event in Sunnyview all year long?
Absolutely.
Okay, I was wondering.
Yep.
You were there.
It was good.
We had a great turnout, a lot of good positive remarks about it. Of course, sitting in the Duncan booth, I was able to see where we had inflatables and some other stuff going on. So I was able, as I was waiting and talking junk to all the people that was throwing that they didn't have a good arm and all that, I was able to see what needed to be improved for next year. So we already started on that analysis today and talked to the fire department, all that kind of stuff. So, but yes, that is definitely our biggest fundraiser. We have a few other fundraisers that go on throughout the year. Of course, being a small school, it's a little bit harder to get some of the large amounts of funds, but definitely that is our biggest fundraiser, and community really gets behind the school. I had somebody that came back by, they left a sweatshirt down close to the rides. They were from Winston-Salem. She told me, she said, Mr. Allen, this was absolutely great. I was here staying in Lake Lure, heard about the festival. I came over, brought my grandkids. It was unbelievable. So we had a lot of people that was not even from the community that joined us. So it was great.
You'll take their money too, right?
Absolutely. So I don't have any, I have a ballpark figure on that, but a few thousand over 10,000, we'll say. So that's pretty good.
Mr. Allen, thank you very much. Express that to your staff as well. We appreciate the effort, and know you guys are dedicated to improvement. And obviously, thank you for getting a Duncan booth with some ice. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Just to know that you don't necessarily need to have, obviously, board members, if you need to use the facilities, you go do what you got to do. It's, we understand that for sure, my pleasure to introduce the Rodney Dangerfield of principals, Mr. Todd Murphy. At the Polk County Middle School. He's awesome, Mr. Murphy. I had to pick on you a little bit.
Thank
You have a friend with you as well today, sir.
First, before we get started, I do want to say thank you to the board for having us this afternoon. This is always a great event for us to attend and talk about some things that we have going on in our building. It's always nice to talk about some things that our kids have accomplished, our teachers have accomplished. And before we get into that, and I introduce Mr. Eden, Mr. Green picked a theme for us this year. We serve, and every year I try to identify a theme for our staff. And this year our theme is "We is greater than me," and it's kind of a play off of what Mr. Green has designated as our school-wide or system-wide theme for us, and that's just to refocus and to make sure that our decisions are based on what's best for the whole. And sometimes we get caught up in how it impacts us on a personal level, but we want to make those decisions based on what's best for we as us as a group. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Eric Eden. Mr. Eden has been our chairperson of our school improvement team for how many years?
I'm not going to say. This lady right here, I taught, she was in my first class. I taught her. 28 years ago.
It's amazing we did it for a month because we talk so much.
I forgave him a long time ago. So thank you. Send greetings from our staff at Polk County Middle School. And like Mr. Murphy alluded to, we found that this year would be a great time to really reset, as Ms. McMinn spoke about with Polk Central. We have several new staff, a new administrator, Mr. Dedman, who is not a stranger to Polk County. And we're so grateful to have him and the knowledge that he brings to our school. 2021-22 was successful for us as we exceeded growth on our school performance, but we're keenly aware that we do need to address several areas regarding academics and the various subgroups. And our plan, as you can see, is targeting both academics, but also we're putting first and foremost a common focus on multi-tiered systems of support. We have used bits and pieces and have tried, but this year, through the leadership of Mr. Murphy and a group of our teachers, we're really using that as kind of a foundational item for everything that we do because we feel that this plays into our academic goals for our success. As it stands right now, we're on the path within a couple of years to reach our pre-pandemic rates of success. Looking at the performance composite and going into this, we thought it would take a good 5 years to work out and get back to those levels that we were at prior to the pandemic. So hopefully if we are on the right path and we can improve by 6 points over the next 2 years, we'll reach our 73% proficient, in those 2 years. So we feel confident that we can do that. This year, again, with MTSS, we have something called the Amazing Race, which we like competition at the middle school level. And so we are competing grade-wise, factoring in things like attendance, school cleanliness, positive behaviors. It gives us an opportunity and teachers to compete with each other. And it addresses not only the academics, but really the whole child. And we noticed that a lot of kids really forgot how to do school. And in many regards, teachers and parents have forgotten how to do school. So we're hoping that MTSS will really refocus on, what the expectations are and how we can improve if we all work together, going to that we is greater than me. Academically, you can see our academic goals are broken into math and English language arts. Of course, our core math and language arts teachers are focusing on that. But I think where a lot of times schools ask us, why are we so successful? And I think it's because it's a whole school approach. And we strategize with non-core math and language arts teachers. How can they implement strategies in the classroom in social studies and art, in the CTE, and how all of those come together to support the math and English language arts teachers. On top of that, we're excited about the program with App State, with their empowering teaching and learning, with the changes that are being talked about with teacher licensure. We're dipping our toes into the digital badge realm of professional development. So hopefully within the next week or two, we're going to be seeing more about that and getting started. We have about 18 teachers or so who are agreeing to go through that process. We're beginning with reflection and how we view ourselves as teachers. And as we proceed through the next 3 years in this program, we're hoping that it'll really put us in a good position if the state proceeds with different licensure program with the digital badging. We will be, able to help others in the county to go through that process. So that's it in a nutshell. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Murphy.
Can you say more about what a digital badge is?
Well, we're learning that as well, but it's a new platform basically to allow teachers to focus on one area. For instance, wait time. And that might sound foreign, but wait time in a classroom when you're asking students questions, you've got to give them that time to process before you as a teacher proceed with other questions. And there are digital badges on effective group work. There are science digital badges. It's just I feel it's more of a research-based professional development for the 21st century, basically. Delivering it through digital platforms, but we also have a support network through the Appalachian State. They will come in, videotape the teachers, similar to a national board process, but focusing on the reflective nature. What could you do better to improve, instead of just going to a staff development and that's it. You're using the digital badge to improve your instruction and inevitably to improve student performance.
And it's also continuing education credit. So it goes towards your life.
So without being reductionist or whatever, it's like the Khan Academy for teaching in a way.
But we also have human contact and we have support staff. And I think it is a lot more intense. I would equate it, having gone through national boards myself, it is very similar in that reflective practice that national boards is, instead of just going to a day-long professional development with no follow-up after that. I think it's putting in place the reflective nature and actually putting into practice, step by step as you're going along, not just a one-time thing and you're done.
Sounds good.
No, I was impressed with how you are incorporating math and English into all of the subject areas. And I noticed especially it seemed like math teachers are going to be responsible for a lot of extra work, coming in early after school. Are they going to be compensated in any way? Or?
No. Not that I know of. I mean, our teachers are really dedicated, and we, if a student needs that extra time, we're there. One thing that I guess a positive that came out of the pandemic schedule is our staff arriving at 7:30, and we've got a block of 45 minutes that is just an ease into the daytime. But it's amazing how many students do use that time. Oh, I didn't get a chance to finish my homework. Can I go ask this teacher, to explain something? And same thing in our advocate time in the afternoon. We've got a block of a half an hour. And a lot of parents have expressed and students have expressed if they didn't have that time, with athletics, but also the home situations that, you add it up. That's a lot of time throughout the week that they can get that extra support academically and, socially as well.
Obviously making a big difference. We appreciate.
Thank you.
In doing that.
Other questions? Mr. Eaton, Mr. Murphy, thank you so much for being here tonight, sharing with us. We appreciate it, and bon chance this year. Next up to bat, we have Mary Green, the director of our early college, and she has a friend with her as well.
I have Miss Kathleen Abraham. We stole her a year ago from Henderson County and are very excited. I wanted to start with, our goal is still the same, is to recruit and retain our students and our staff. Last year we had a teacher whose husband got transferred to Charleston, and then another one retired. So I have 4 teachers, and so 2 new ones, so half the staff. And then Miss Abraham became a staple after 1 year. The early college's goal is to have 20 students, 20 to 25 in each grade level. Right now, we're heavy at the top, the seniors, we have 18, and the freshmen, we have 18. The middle, sophomore, junior classes are smaller, and I think the pandemic is what hurt us in recruitment and being able to go out. And because, you drive by our school, if you come inside, it's a school, but on the outside, it still does look like a strip mall. People come in and ask to use the restroom. So it's just, that's just something that, is part of it. And the more people we can get to come in, the better off we're going to be. We've also worked really hard to meet with some homeschool parents to see why are your kids, homeschooling and not taking advantage of this opportunity. And I think that we're making some headway with that because they do like the smaller environment and they like the challenging curriculum. So, and the kids are getting 2 free years of college. As far as EVOS and stuff, I do feel like we had an advantage in a lot. I give you guys the majority of that credit because you allowed us to stay open 5 days a week. We just shut down that March through May. And then that next fall, we were back every day. And we have built in an hour during the school day where the kids can come. We can have clubs again now. And if they need additional assistance with any of their coursework, they can come in and see the teachers then. Our goal 2 is, now that we're getting everybody with their associate's degree, some kids are wanting to tack on some of the certificates that ICC offers. They can work toward a business administrative certificate, a business economics certificate, information technology Python programming, which I don't understand, and medical office administration. And those are just a few of the examples. So these kids could, graduate at 18 and go right into the workforce and obtain a great job. In the fall of, this is some of the information I have to do for the early college situation. In the fall of 2021, 56 students were enrolled in at least one college course. These 56 students took 164 college classes. In the spring of 2022, 55 were enrolled in at least one college course. One new student enrolled. We had 2 seniors graduate with their associate's degree and their high school diploma in December of their senior year. So in 3.5 years, they were able to accomplish all of that. And that's something that we can have the flexibility with, because we also offer summer school classes every summer. And that's a good advantage for those students. In the spring semester, students enrolled in 169 college courses. And it's looking like that's going to go higher this fall and in the coming spring. As far as developing and improving the opportunities for our students, it is small and it is a family there, but they do like to go out and volunteer. We started a Key Club last year, and at the pancake breakfast, we had 9 kids show up, and we had only been in effect for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right.
Formally started.
Right. So I'm going to introduce Ms. Abraham and let her discuss some of the other things that we've been doing as far as to try to regain our community with our school system.
All right, thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about our third goal, which is improving opportunities for student engagement. And this is a multi-pronged approach. This is for our kids to work together with their teachers and the staff to build up that wonderful dynamic that the early college has always had, that was more difficult to maintain during COVID with some of our kids staying home and not having as many opportunities to connect and reach out. So it's also to reach out and be of service in the community. And part of that is also learning those working together skills and those leadership skills. And the last part is, really also just getting the kids excited about school. But the last part is, because we are an early college, our students are should be working in such a way where the things that they do in school can connect to things that happen outside of school. Where the schoolwork they're doing can be translated to something outside of school. So all of what we're doing is for those reasons, but ultimately the thing we're really putting a push on this year is pushing out and making those community connections, whether it be through volunteering, but also connecting with professionals in the community who are also our stakeholders. So some examples of that are, we did begin a Key Club. The kids were already volunteering quite a bit, but this puts them under the umbrella of Kiwanis, and we have already, like we said, we've got a full fall calendar. The kids staffed we're very excited to staff the Sunnyview Fair. They've started a clothing drive, and they're connecting with the Blue Ridge Humane Society. So they're already reaching out and always bubbling over with different ideas about what they want to do. So that's really exciting. And it's exciting to see them work together. It's a student-led club. I'm just there to kind of tell them no a lot. No, that won't work. No, that's what I feel like anyway. But it is a student-led club, and so for them to work on those soft skills of negotiating with each other and those leadership skills, and then they are making the connections they called the principal about volunteering for Sunnyview. We're also starting up our science club again, and with an eye of possibly doing Science Olympiad. Some of the other volunteering things they're doing is the Walk of Remembrance, and which supports mental health awareness. But also we're looking to take their classroom activity, their classroom learning, and connect it, as I mentioned. So some of the things that we're doing there is we're doing citizen science projects. We just found out we were approved through the NC Arboretum to be part of their Project Explore. So they've been playing around on campus doing, I'm a bird nerd, so I definitely influence them to do that, but we actually are going to be keeping statistics on the birds in campus and submitting that as formal data. And we also are connecting through Key Club with Conserving Carolina, and it's called Weiler Woods for Wildlife. They presented at at the Teacher Day, where they have a nonprofit. One of the gentleman is a local sculptor, and they have a nonprofit that is helping reintroduce wolves. So our students will be working with that nonprofit. They'll be looking into the science of the wolf recovery, and even get to hang out with a sculptor and learn how he does his work. So these are just some of the initiatives we're doing. We're really, I'm still actively looking for opportunities to connect our students with the community in meaningful ways. We're looking at some local writers to come in and talk to our students that are in the English courses. You know, if these students were at a university, their professors would be doing research and they have the opportunity to be involved in that research. So we're looking to grow that part of our school where we're bringing in researchers, or they're Zooming with researchers, or getting involved in the research that's going on, whether it's language arts or science. So that's really where I think at the end of the year, our list will be a lot longer. We're really just sort of, as you know, waking up out of COVID and looking for those opportunities. And the kids are just super excited about it. I mean, last year I took them to a field trip to the water treatment plant. And, you know, they showed up with their Leonardo mask from the, what is it called? The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. I mean, and the guy, and then we went to the sewage treatment plant, and the guy said, do you want to go see the chlorine tanks that can explode? And they said, yes, you know, so they're as enthusiastic as our kindergartners. And so it's really fun to be able to bring that in and see where we can go with this. Oh, and newsletter, we started a newsletter, and the kids took that and ran with it. They, I kind of started it, and they've taken it.
You did one, and then
they took over, and I was glad, but they've done a fantastic job. And so that's an outreach to their families and our larger community.
Do you have any questions?
So how do you see the community involvement in sort of the attitudes of the kids?
They're very excited. They're glad to be out there doing things again. I don't know how the early college ended up. I mean, I've been there forever, and I don't know how we ended up with an icy machine. We had one, so now I had bought another one. And
We did, huh?
An icy machine?
icy machine, and we're gonna take it to the Walk of Remembrance, and the kids are gonna be out there making ices and stuff for everybody that's there. So little things like that that give back.
Yeah.
Because there are so many resources that, you know, during the pandemic, our students had to take advantage of. And so now that we're able, we want to be able to give back and help some other people who are still hurting and stuff.
But also like the soil and water conservation, the local soil and water conservation is going to work with our spring biology students, because that's an environmental biology. And we're going to visit farms that are maintaining that balance between keeping agriculture as an important part of producer in this county, but also taking care of the soil and water. I even got my bus driver license so we could do things like that. Never say never, right? Because I did that.
Thank you. This is a private donor on your icing machine from here?
Last
Yes,
name,
very private.
last
Very
name Green,
Very
first
private.
Other questions?
Why not more icy machines?
It
There we go.
makes the world a happier
There we
place.
go.
And it gives us an opportunity to go out and volunteer, and if, like Super Saturday, we can go set up shop there and help out. We're traveling now.
I believe the evidence-based data shows that as icy machines increase, so does the well-being.
Go DJ the events, everything's good.
Well, that's the only way I get to see him. He's always there with the sound equipment. So I'm all in icy machines. But the kids do love it. They really do.
Sure.
That's great. I do want to commend the early college. They are our A school here in Polk County, and that's a great achievement for you. I know that sometimes you can look at different factors and all those things, but you need to celebrate that A, celebrate with your kids and your teachers, and we're certainly proud of you for that level of achievement. And appreciate the efforts on the recruitment side. I do think we'll continue to see those numbers go up. As you all know, it's a special, unique place. If you haven't been by there lately, go by and check them out. But thank you, Ms. Green. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
very excited on her new mission as Polk County High School principal is Michelle Bing. Michelle Bing, we're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
So nice.
I feel so bad for Tober. She's brand new. She has to go last.
Not bad enough, she changed spots.
Right? We use NC Star for our school improvement plan. And it's a little bit tricky and a little bit cumbersome. So instead of showing you all our NC Star plan, which we would be going backwards crazy, we would be happy to come sometime when y'all have like 30 minutes and I can actually show you what NC Star looks like and explain it to you, but we don't have that kind of time right now to get through all this. So anyway, basically what I did was I just sent our working documents. Okay, so this is how we meet at the very beginning of the year when we're using NC Star. So basically it looks like this. We start with our plan from last year. And these are my notes from our plan last year. And then we wind up with a brand new one for this year. And I'm a highlighter person, so this is how it works. And we are fortunate that we were sort of forced into using NC Star as a TSI school. Basically what that meant is we had a very underperforming population of students based on EOC scores from Math 1, Math 3, Biology, and English 2. And it just so happens that that 1 year, it's just crazy, we had a lot of our EC students in the 10th grade in the same semester taking those classes. And then it wound up being this huge thing. It was crazy. So we were kind of like bummed out. It's like, I can't believe we're low in that area. However, what the beauty of the situation is that it allowed us to go to all these trainings on NC Star. And that was the precursor to MTSS, which now everybody in the state has to use, right? We're getting that way quickly. So I feel like even if we come off of TSI, we are still going to use NC Star for our school improvement plan because it is, instead of saying like we want to increase things by 5%, it really boils all of that down to specifics. Okay. So for example, for us, we worked with Jeremy Gibbs, by the way, who is the director of the Western Regional Support Services. And he is really into NC Star and wanted to push us forward with all of this. So we had a bunch of goals. We had, I think, like 5 or 6. And he goes, no, that's too many. It's too much. Try 3 at a time. So basically, it looks like this. And it seems cumbersome, but if you'll I'll just show you one of these. And then I'll tell you the rest of that. So like A 2.04, instructional teams develop standards aligned units of instruction for each subject and grade. So that's the technical standard. Okay, that's one we chose, right? Because everybody needs to do standards aligned instruction, right? The NCDPA says you need to teach this. Are you teaching that? Okay, so that's what we're kind of doing. You don't need to make up stuff as you go and decide what you think is important, right? So basically what you do with your action steps, right? So you have your indicators. We've chose 3. From those indicators, you drill down and determine what you feel like the action steps that work best for your school. Okay, so for us, when fully implemented, PCHS will have documented evidence of the team focusing on instructional practice. This team will work to ensure standards alignment and assessment across departments. Okay, starting with EOCs, which makes sense, right? So then, what does that mean? We'll work to examine research-based instructional practices that focus on growth for all students with an emphasis on data-supported underperforming subgroups, males, students with disabilities, African American students, and English language learners. Based on the data that we have compiled over the past 6 years, those are the most standard populations of kids that are underperforming in our school. Okay, so then team members will reach out to their departments and work to connect power standards and best practices and look at post-COVID instructional needs, which is a thing. Look at our kids, what do we feel like they've lost during that time? What's tricky with EMAS data, which I love, because I'm a data person and I've used data forever. The tricky part of EMAS data is that if you don't have a large enough subgroup, you get 0 data for that subgroup. So for us, for testing cohorts, we very rarely get information on our African American students, our ELL students, and our students with disabilities. So, like, how do we get this information? Right? So, Mr. Sharpie sent us this incredible spreadsheet. I don't know if you got it this year. It's that crazy thing. It shows all this. I love that thing. Anyway, we started there, but what we found out is that CTE, their data reports show everybody. It doesn't matter how tiny the cohort is. So if I take this data that shows African-American students with disabilities, English language learners, and I put it with data that Mr. Sherpin gave us from EVOS, and put those two things together, it covers everybody. So that way I truly know exactly which kids that we need to pinpoint, okay? So that's sort of how we determine who we need to work with in particular. Now, don't think that that means that these exact same indicators don't work for everyone. Okay, so what we did is we decided what 3 things do we need to address for every single student in our school, right? So we chose, of course, standards aligned test, standards aligned instruction, tiered instructional practice, which is MTSS. Okay, knowing where all your kids are all the time. And then at the very bottom, which is the one that I am most excited about, which is dealing with students' emotional states. And our focus on that is student engagement. How are we going to get our high school students dialed back into being in high school? They're so used to, during COVID, working all the time and not coming to school and not being part of things, right? So, if you would do me a favor and just hold the TV bit more, that's perfect. So it shows here, we have our counselors going to go into the counselors. PD, we have Maria Freeman is going to go to an EC, professional development thing, which will be great. And all of that has MTSS and SEL and all the things. But what we're really excited about is that we reinstated Advocate, which was great last year. And we are starting an after-school program for the first time at the high school. The same after-school program like they have at the middle school and at all the elementary schools. And for babysitting practices, it's really not for us. But what we're going to do is do 2 different things. We're going to have sort of like student-led and teacher-facilitated tutoring, like study groups like they have in college to prepare them for those kind of things. Get a group of kids together that are taking chemistry and y'all figure out what you need to know, right? So go ahead and sort of teach them those skills that they're going to need when they make that next step out of high school. Another thing that we're going to do at that time is we're going to expand our club offerings. We have a really hard time with kids who cannot stay after school because of transportation, because their parents work. So this way, they will be able to stay after school, do all these clubs. We have our clubs have exploded. And we've just set out indicators of interest so far. So we're going to have a huge club assembly and do all this stuff because we have a lot of kids that are excited now because they can do clubs because we've been doing them during Advocate. So we have a Tuesday and we have a Thursday, right? So this will allow them to be part of a lot of different things. So we're really happy and excited about that. So basically what we're trying to do with that club time is things like soft skills. We're going to have a whole section on how do you send an email? What does that look like? baby1492@gmail.com is probably not the best email for you to send to a college, right? So we're going to have lots of conversations about those things. How to be professional. What do you need to do? What does it look like to turn in your Polk County Community Foundation application in pencil? I'm not doing that anymore. Things like that. So those soft skills that kids just don't really learn anymore, right? So those are the kind of things that we're looking forward to doing on that Monday through Thursday for our after school program. So basically, this is what NC Star looks like. The platform is a little cumbersome, but we really, really do like it because it allows us to stay very specifically pointed to exactly what we're doing. And that way, when we meet on a monthly basis, we'll be able to measure, are we meeting these things? And it's not some sort of ethereal thing, just like random numbers thrown out and all that kind of stuff. It's like, this is the things that we're going to do. Are we doing it? And if we are, what does that look like on the back end at the end of each semester? Has it made a difference? We say that it will, because in 2018-19, we took all of our efforts and through all of our MTSS and NC Star team members were all English teachers. And from very, 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 very low English 2 scores we jumped almost to 40%. So we feel like it's gonna be a good thing. We're hopeful. So I know that's kind of a lot and it's a little bit different, but but I would be happy, like I said, to bring back a couple people from our team and show you guys what NC Star looks like. And my sweet little teacher that was gonna come with me, her child is so she's not here to be really super sweet and all that kind of stuff, and not quite as whatever as I am. So another thing that I brought, it just shows our celebration things. It's basically, these are all of the things basically in doing NC Star, those indicators that I told you about and action steps. These are the things in the 2 years that we've done it that we have fully implemented in our school. If you track these things carefully and work with your team, you can have proof and evidence that shows this is where we thought we were going to start and where we wanted to end up, and did that in fact happen? Okay. You have any questions? I know it's different. It's kind of a little bit weird.
What are some of the new clubs that have?
We have now we have what this young man is going to be calling the coffee house, and it's going to be a poetry slam. It's going to be like a jazz kind of thing. It's just going to be hilarious, and he's so cute and so funny, and he has like 60-something people that are signed up that want to be a part of this 2 days a week, and they're going to sit around and drink coffee. So I'm going to bring my Keurig from home that I don't ever use, and I'll buy them a bunch of supplies, and they'll just be happy as clams. That's one of them. We have another one that's really good too, that isn't really as much a club as it is a bunch of kids want to sit around and learn how to knit and crochet. Our new theater teacher is a knitter and a crocheter. And her students have asked her if she would work 1 day a week and teach them to knit and crochet. We have a huge population of kids who are very interested in STEM and who want to do things with robotics. So we're going to use some of that fabulous after school grant money, buy some things for that. So it's pretty varied right now as far as brand new things. It's pretty varied. Yeah.
And with the NC Start, you see these kind of results in a year?
We did with English, which was crazy because what it wound up doing for us was using the data, that performance data, looking at the kids that we needed to address specifically, and working with and run out data some materials and things that we could use to work to specifically on boys, who typically score a little bit lower in ELA and things like that. And we also did a lot of standards aligned work. So like, for example, if I have 20 standards in English too, what is my lowest child that has to take the EOC? What do they have to know of those 20 to have a chance of passing the EOC, right? So it was those gold standards, that's what I used to call them, or power standards, right? Those things that look, they're not EC enough not to have to take it, so they're low. So what do they have to know? And that was the focus. And all the other things were things that they would pull in as support. And so a lot of times it's conversation, right? I mean, I'm an ex-English teacher, and our whole school worked on the 80% model. The students needed to master every single day what you were doing. If 80% of the kids master things every day, those same kids would get 80% of those same kids would pass all of your tests, standards-based tests. And shocker, at the end of the semester, 80% of your kids would pass the EOC. It's kind of that language and knowing where your kids are all the time, which is why MTSS is beautiful. Y'all know it's part of RTI and all the stuff that's coming for it. They just have to rename it for a new grad program. You know, everybody get their PhD. You know, I mean, it's the truth.
Exactly.
And they make it look different and color it different. And instead of a pyramid, it's an inverted pyramid, or something like that. It's crazy. But what I really appreciate about MTSS that's different than RTI, which was kind of, like I said, it's PBIS, RTI, MTSL, that's kind of how the way it's run. What I really do appreciate about MTSS, I think that it adds a little more meat to it. It's not only is it looking at strictly data, right? Who's doing what, how, and when, and to what percentage. It also creates the necessity for a best practice research-based interventions. They'll sit around all day and say, well, my kids who color in green do better than my kids who color in purple. Well, that's cute. What research has shown that that's actually a thing, right? So I think that the research-based stuff from MTSS is what absolutely sets it apart. And you can move a needle pretty quick. You really can. We had a teacher that was convinced that the males in her class hated her. She was not good with them. They kind of butted heads all the time. And at the end of that year, she was the star male student teacher. Shocked everybody. So, yeah. So maybe that tension was a good thing. You know, you never know. You never know. So anyhow, that's nice. Oh, and one fun thing we're doing is we're getting ready. We've already had 2 planning meetings for the 30th anniversary for the high school. And it's going to be 80s theme. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be crazy. All of our clubs are going to run it. So we're going to have it like a big, huge county fair kind of thing. That's where we're going to sell it. And all the clubs are going to create booths and we're going to do fun things. And it's all going to be 80s themes. It's going to be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
When is that?
We're hoping it's going to be the 3rd Saturday. And I never can remember the date. So everybody that's asked me that, I've said, I think it's the 3rd Saturday of March.
Yeah, I think most of our board members know, but this, the high school had its first class there at the school in 92, 93. So the 22, 23 years is 30.
Yeah. So we have a lot of people on board and we're going to be doing drugs stuff. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. It'll be good. Do you have any questions? I know that was a lot, but yeah, if you need us to come back and kind of go over the whole deal, we'll be happy to. Okay.
And I was, everything here, but I believe you are now off the TSI list.
We are?
I'm almost certain of that.
That's good.
They did very little to get onto the TSI list. It was a very unique mathematical thing.
It was so insane.
That it was, of all of the kids at the school, the performance of just like 20 kids is what got them on that list.
Absolutely crazy.
The resetting of it now has got you off.
Well, it's only took us 4.5
They
years.
they couldn't ever have a group big enough in there to get off the list.
Correct.
Just that particular year, they had 20 kids. If they never had 20 kids again, they couldn't show that those 20 kids were in a subgroup and could get off. So for years, they went to TSI school with no ability to get off the list. And
that's very good news.
Not that I took this personal, but it was less than 20. It
There
was
you
kids that were taking multiple EOCs, so.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It was literally 6 kids that added up to 22, I think, EOCs.
Yeah.
We were like, wait, what?
Yeah, 6 kids with 22.
And the
incidents
guy
at
that was
school.
that was our trainer at NC Star, he was looking at our data, he goes, you're not supposed to be in here. So he called, we were in Shelby, and he called his office, where it was wrong, I guess. And he goes, can you check the school? And they said, oh, we bundled their cohort. I was like, oh, thanks. Thank you. That's lovely. So, yeah. So,
I almost think I can verify, but I'm almost certain.
okay, that's good news. That's very good news. All right, y'all.
Questions, Ms. Bean?
Anything? Talk a lot, talk fast to be a Southerner.
Ms. Bean, I will say that, like the other schools have talked about too, you guys are also addressing the social emotional side, and you're doing great things for kids in terms of student-centered activities. Let them get that spirit back again. It is indeed a better mood, like it is at all of our schools. The kids are able to get back together and do more things. So
we're doing winter formal the kids are excited about, and we're about to have a good old pep rally.
So back to
the whole thing.
Yeah.
So it's good. It's good.
Awesome. Thank you much.
You're welcome. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, a patient individual, and also in her first year here with us as an administrator, we appreciate the work that Toby's done so far to get Saluda started this year. And Toby Mosdell for Saluda Elementary, fire away.
Hi, everyone. I have Stephanie Fletcher, our Teacher of the Year. We're going to kind of tag team so we keep everybody engaged because we know we are the last ones. We have 3 goals this year. I did come in pretty late. I came in August, so I had a lot of learning and catching up to do. And a big part of this is building a community of trust because Saluda doesn't know me, and that really is going to show in our school improvement plan. So the first goal is really to bring life skills and 21st century into our students to make them successful beyond the classroom walls. We use that term a lot, but very rarely do we define what that means. And basically, it's a consensus that foundational academic knowledge needs to be there for post-secondary careers and beyond for children to be successful. Widespread agreement that lifelong learning and learning how to learn is a key driver of success. And then collaborative efforts. Kids need to learn how to work together and work with their colleagues as well as their superiors to be successful beyond the classroom. So in order to make that happen, here's a few things that we're going to be doing. We're going to continue to use SEL instruction, conflict resolution. Teachers are also going to be working with parents with 2 conferences a year to help build those skills at home and use the same language at home. We'll increase our opportunities to develop healthy habits in staff and students. What's that looking like right now is we don't have a PTA, but parents have reached out and seen the need to support our teachers. They've been meeting with me regularly to find out ways to do that. Right now, they're looking to do either breakfast or luncheon to show the support that our teachers are putting in their dedication and their time. I'm also doing lunch bunch with our students beginning the end of this month to bring the students in, have those difficult conversations they may not have with somebody in a power position. That's kind of scary to sit down with people and have those conversations. And then again, we're going to be working with sister cities. We kind of put this on the back burner during COVID, getting our students to realize that their world is bigger than Saluda, it's bigger than the county. We've been sending over letters. We've been getting letters back from their school. A teacher is coming over during the Christmas break, and we are looking to send a teacher over to Italy in a teacher swap program. Helping students realize there's a lot going on in the world outside of us. And that's pretty much where we're going. Of course, we're utilizing lots of stuff. We've heard about MTSS, our data-driven instruction, alignment, all that comes into play as well. But that's our goal 1. And for goal 2, Stephanie Fletcher is going to be taking over.
Nice to meet you all. I teach 1st grade, so I'm excited to be here. Our second goal is to address the students' learning recovery, as with all of the other schools because of the coronavirus. Student growth rates across schools has declined, and so we're trying to look at ways to close the gap and to give them improvement for the end of grade test scores for this upcoming school year. And we're going to continue to use Orton Gillingham, which we have been using for the past several years. I believe all of our teachers are trained in Orton Gillingham, especially in the lower grades, and that's a phonics-based instruction that goes along with the letters training and the science of reading. We are also going to continue to utilize our Title I teacher, and she has some send homes for parent engagement activities that she's going to do. We brought on a math interventionist that we also had last year, so she's pulling small groups in the upper grades as well. And for the students who are gifted, we have our AIG teacher who also has because Saluda is an AIG, which means that we are going to just continue to focus on the art integration, because research shows that when you are able to integrate arts across standards, that students actually make memorable experiences and learn more. We have our principal going to A+ training, as well as 2 staff members are going to go for some in-depth A+ training this year. Of course, the rest of our school is going through letters training, and our principal has said that if anyone else wants to apply for research-based training, that she's supporting that. So we're looking at opportunities for teachers to seek training out and get those approved. Because of our Coon Dog Days Festival, which raised like over $5,000, we have been able to buy supplies to support what we've learned in letters and Orton Gillingham for those phonics-based instruction from this company, to really give teachers the tools that they need to carry out the lessons that we've been learning so much about. And so just in my classroom alone, I've received an enormous amount of free material that I've already been using, thanks to the Coon Dog Days Festival. So that's been appreciated. Also this year, Last year, we took several field trips, and then we had to cut field trips off during COVID, but we already have had several planned this fall. And the first grade and the kindergarten are going on a field trip at the end of this month. Parents are going on those field trips, and that's really exciting. Everyone's looking forward to that because we had suffered a little bit during COVID with those out of the classroom experiences. And fourth grade is also utilizing a new program called Project Explore. And this program focuses on the natural sciences and other improvements to our school. The C4C program we have for after school. Those are volunteers who come in and work with our after school program. They have come back to Saluda and now are there every day to help in our after school program. We have a lot of volunteers, and during coronavirus, that program had shut down. So we're excited to have them back. And we just really appreciate our after school program in general. We have a lot of participation, and as well as with some of the funds, teachers are able to tutor students after school to meet some of the growth. If you identify a student, I tutor a student after school, and I know several other teachers do as well. Other than things that are listed in our plan, those are just the highlights for new things that we're doing this year and things that we've brought back to try to enhance student growth.
What Ms. Fletcher is not talking about is the day-to-day, which I've been able to observe, and the higher order thinking questions, the challenge to students, the differentiated instruction, which is daily, is kind of glossed over. And I think that our teachers deserve a lot of credit for that one. And I want to thank you for that. Moving on to our third goal, it really talks about what Ms. Fletcher just finished saying, that community involvement really decreased during Corona. And it's something that Saluda prides itself on. So my main goal was getting that community involvement back. And I'm gonna skip the first bullet because it's something I'm truly, truly passionate about and want to talk more about. But we're gonna encourage businesses and community to be involved. I've already started to going to the community dinner every other Wednesday and trying to make connections there. It's brought in some very interesting resources. And our volunteer list is now up to 70 volunteers who are looking to come in regularly, which is absolutely amazing for our students to see. We've had police dog demonstrations. We're really pushing. We didn't have enough volunteers for the last Coon Dog Day race, but we still made almost $6 grand. So imagine what we can do if we push that a little more. And then again, support collaboration with our sister cities. We really want to do a teacher exchange program. We think that would benefit everybody. And it looks like that may happen sooner than we thought, which is phenomenal. And then as you may have heard, we are 100 years old this year. And that's something that I thought was very unique. So we've incorporated a century walk. And I had no idea what this was going to look like. It was a mispronunciation on my part. I wanted a sensory walk. And it's not sensory. And it says, no, that's not what I meant. I said, that sounds amazing. What does it look like? And because Saluda is a community, there wasn't a SIP committee for this. The whole school was involved. Same with the Century Walk. What we've kind of landed on is that every decade will be represented with an interactive board game attached to the wall on wood. And then on April 4th, which is our science night, we are going to have an interactive walk where not only the games and the books of the decade will be on display, but we'll also have artifacts from the school. I was just at the 100-year reunion, and we were donated a jacket from the 50s, basketball jacket, as well as student work from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. So we are going to be going through that and displaying that. And I've been in touch with the History Commission, and we will be working on something special as well. So I encourage everybody to come out April 4th, take part in that. And if you can't make it, those games will be up permanently on the side of the building, and most of them will be interactive. So you can go to the playground and then play some games that were of the time period starting in the 20s. And that's what I have. Any questions?
Questions for Ms. Monstel or Ms. Fletcher?
Okay.
I want to thank you for taking on that, 100-year celebration. I know when I first got to Stearns, you wonder, should we do this, should we not? But the number of people that enjoyed coming by to walk through their old school, to reminisce about what it meant to them. I know it's a lot of effort on your part and your staff's part, but I think it'll pay huge dividends in the joy you bring people by celebrating that. So thank you. We do appreciate it. And always love, Saluda's a unique place. So appreciate what you guys do up there. And I know you're being welcomed and they're welcoming you. So have fun up there. So,
what's your favorite thing that surprised you about coming to Saluda Elementary School?
The visibility. I feel like I'm in a fishbowl, and I think people are really trying to get to know me, which I appreciate. But walking into Southern Manners on a Saturday with my hair in a ponytail and being asked how it's going by somebody I have no idea who they are, it takes your breath away sometimes. It's an amazing experience to be so supported and to have community reach out to you like that, and it really invigorates my love of education. If no more questions, I just want to thank you all for your time and for your dedication. It really shows, and we succeed because of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, well, as you know, we'll have an action item during the agenda that asks you to approve the school improvement plans, but we will wait on that until we get our Safe Schools plans done in closed session. Ms. Crumple referenced the presentations being made, ask if you have any questions during the regular meeting. If you do, great. If you don't worry about it. And then we'll comment that we will adopt all that together, school improvement plans and Safe Schools plans, when we come out of closed session, if that makes sense to everybody. The other thing I wanted to say, I know it's just a little bit past 5:30, Mr. Chair, and it might be great to give everybody a break, give them time to eat before we get started. But I do want to say two things about continuous improvement at the state level and where things may be headed there. So the first thing I wanted to tell you about, if you've not heard of it, is the Portrait of a Graduate work that's being done by the Governor's Office in conjunction with My Future NC and some other divisions at the Department of Public Instruction. A few years back, maybe a decade and a half ago, there were people who came out, and you may have even seen it. It's like a silhouette of a graduate cap and gown, and it's got the skills written down inside of that graduate that you feel like people ought to have when they graduate from high school. Collaboration, some type of ability to think critically, having attitudes towards being a good employee, those things. So the state is revisiting that work, and we will at some point have all this unveiled and be expected to, for lack of a better way to say it, align our little horse and cart to that portrait of a graduate. Obviously, it doesn't need to be a reinvention of the wheel. We can make it ours and personalize it, but I just wanted you to hear that phrase so that if you did hear it somewhere else, you would know what that is. North Carolina's Portrait of a Graduate. It's being done by a third party. It's already out there in a lot of states. And we've done 3 giant sessions of online Zoom work to get all this done. So stakeholders from all over the state to do those things. So if you hear Portrait of a Graduate, that's what it means. And you can certainly type in NC Portrait of a Graduate. It will take you to a couple of different resources where you can look and see what that work's all about and when it'll be rolled out. The second thing that I want you to be aware of is hopefully we're going to be starting to talk about a true shift in how we assess our students. And I don't know what that'll look like as long as the federal government's involved. The reason we have a lot of these multiple choice tests in place is because of the work all the way back to No Child Left Behind and the federal requirements we have to demonstrate student proficiency on different measures. As you know, that measures a curriculum that's a mile wide and inch deep. Multiple choice tests are given on one day. And I'm sorry, that is not the culminating achievement of a child. It's not one test for multiple choice on one day. So they're allowing folks to give feedback. I'm not sure how much leeway we'll have as a state, given the federal rules and the money that's tied to it. But our current state superintendent seems to be involved in really helping us push with the legislature that we need a different measure or set of measures to truly evaluate what we do. Kids are not a Math 1 EOC score. They're not a 4th grade reading score. There's so much more than that. And so how do we capture it? How do we measure it? How do we figure out if schools are doing what they need to do to have good outcomes for students? And so I'm going to send you a survey that you can have the opportunity to kind of read through and then give your thoughts on, well, what type of assessment system should North Carolina have? What kinds of things should we be looking at? Is something like, the completers in the career and technical education world, should we be measuring those things for a school? Now, we do it on the federal level, but maybe not always on the state level. If we have 78 kids taking CTE courses, how many of them actually earn the credential in that course? That to me is a good measure because they can walk out of high school with that credential and get a job. So when you see that come out, do it, don't do it, it's entirely up to you, but I wanted you to have that opportunity to have your voice heard on the new recommendations for assessment for students in North Carolina. Whether it gains traction or not, I do not know. We're hopeful, but that will also depend on the better.
Is it gonna be multiple choice?
It is indeed a multiple choice. I'm sure you can type some stuff in there. The portrait of a graduate works kind of wrapped up in that too. I was actually encouraged, I think we're all encouraged by hearing things like, it sounds compliance based, and there are a lot of factors that influence it, but what about attendance? In other words, if you work on attendance and improve attendance, why can't that be a measure for a school? Granted, in a high poverty area, you're probably gonna see more issues with attendance, so people are leery about using that measure. But let's talk about then improving attendance. So don't talk about just the number, talk about the growth you have in attendance. And so maybe some of those conversations can lead us to a better place rather than just, for lack of a better way to say it, some test scores. Now, that's a double-edged sword for us, right? Because what do we run around saying as a Board of Education and as a school system? Look at us, we're number 3 in the state, we're doing pretty good. So at some point, we're going to have to shift gears and understand that those employers out there don't care what our kids make on their Math 1 EOC. They care if they can show up on time and put their cell phone away and know how to get along with other people and know the content that they're supposed to know in whatever course area they're taking it. So those are the things we're going to have to focus on, I think, moving forward as a school district. And it'll be a great time maybe next year for us to engage in some strategic planning once the portrait of graduate comes out and once we know more about those assessments. Appreciate you coming early to hear these school improvement plans. As you can tell, our people are passionate. They're fired up about being out from under the COVID umbrella and into the world of school again. I know a couple of you guys went around with me to schools to visit. These kids are happy, they're engaged, they're excited to be around. And I think, y'all can chime in if you think differently, but I feel good energy coming out of our schools. And I think we're going to make a lot of progress this year on these plans and these goals. So I thank Jan Crump for helping our schools out. Definitely Adrian and Dave, and of course, Dr. Schweitzer chimes in whenever he can in terms of helping out. But they do work well with these principals and these teams to make sure they get what they need for their improvement planning. And they put a lot of time and effort into it at schools. So thank you for taking the time. Mr. Chair, that's it for me.
All right. Then we will be adjourned.
Awesome. There's food. We'll get some dinner. We'll start back up at 6:30. Thank you.
I was gonna say, Judy, if that one dies, be the third month in a row. I brought an extra one just in case.
You're gonna make sure. Start taking it.
I was gonna say, because the first one, I think it wasn't charged, and then last month it died halfway. I made sure they were all fully charged, and I have an extra one. I made sure I had an extra one for you.
Oh, no, you're fine. We got plenty of room.
150. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, that's really is the best thing.
Yeah, I understand. I don't blame you at all. I don't think anybody would.
Everybody ready? I will call the October 10th, 2022 meeting to order and welcome everybody in attendance. At this time, we'll do our pledge of allegiance, and I understand we have a special group here to lead us in the pledge this evening.
Mr. Chair, I'll let Mr. Allen introduce our guests and they'll be leading us in the pledge.
We have two of our fifth grade students from Sunny View, Lindsay Hall and Presley Bradley here to lead us this evening with our pledge of allegiance.
All right, lead us on.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Much.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay with the board, we'd like to continue with our student presentation. As you know, we were trying to get back to having student presentations at our board meetings, and we're delighted to have Mr. Allen, who's the for Polk from Sunny View. So Mr. Allen, take it away.
We had our fifth grade a couple weeks ago. I did a project.
Hold on tight.
Because they were learning about Native Americans and social studies. So I brought two fifth graders to share their project. Lindsay Hall.
I have a Plankwood house that the Native American culture, Pacific Northwest tribe.
What?
It was made out of thick cedar wood, and they used to use beaver to cut the cedar wood, and they would stack them, and sometimes they would have sap of the cedar wood, and it helped them stay together, and that's what the tape represents, because there's the sticky stuff on the tape.
I'm sure they would enjoy having duct tape. Presley Bradley.
So, like Lindsay said, the Pacific North tribe, one of the houses that I built was the Huda Plank House, which was also by the Tillingwood tribe. And they use the cedar wood, and I use hot glue instead of the duct tape to represent the sap.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You ladies mind if I take your picture? Just stand up and hold your elbows. I appreciate that. Yeah, and you actually have to smile too. Thank you very much, and thank y'all for being here tonight. We appreciate it. You are certainly welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting if you like, or if you'd like to vacate the premises. That's up to you. It's entirely up to you guys. Thank you guys for doing it. We appreciate it a whole lot. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time we will be looking for approval of our September the 12th, 2022 board minutes. Has everybody had a chance to review? Motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the September the 12th, 2022 board minutes.
Motion to have a second.
A second.
Motion to second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Danielle still on?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Green, now we're moving on to recognition of Principal Appreciation Month.
Before we do that, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, as long as the board is okay with it, I would like to take a moment to not only recognize Mr. Chauncey Barber, but give him just a minute or two. Mr. Barber is one of the finalists in our state for the Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year. I think you guys probably saw that on Polk students. Mr. Barber has been an outstanding educator for decades in Polk County and has done amazing things with our school farm and our FFA programs. And just to give you an idea of how prestigious the award is, to be a finalist, he is one of 24 finalists out of 6,000 CTE teachers in the state, which means he is among the top 0.4%. So what he told me was that means I'm better than 99.6% of the other people.
I know Chelsea didn't say that.
But I couldn't do that kind of math. But I think the board is keenly aware of how much Chauncey does and how much he puts into his kids. And folks, when you have half of your high school or more going through horticulture and agriculture programs because you have teachers like this, that's saying something. And so, Mr. Barber, we certainly are grateful to you for all the work you've done with our kids, and let you have the floor for just a few minutes.
Yeah, it was a great honor going up there the other day, and what I need to be at. But anyways, I just want to show you all this picture. This is what I got to leave while ago, and you can see Mom is in between my two boys. So things weren't going good with the oil changing and the but you know, that's one of the big things though is my family. They made a lot of sacrifices for me over the years, and I'm very grateful for them. But what I want to tell y'all tonight is, yeah, it's a great award. And I was telling Tim Wright when I came in here, one of the problems I had talking about was me. I kept saying we up there a lot. And I told a teacher from Southern Alabama, I said, hey man, that's just the way it is. I said, you know, I would not be doing the job I do without all the great people around me. And I learned a lot up there this week, but you know, but you always reflect back, and after that whole week, I really learned about what kind of place we really have. I mean, people have no clue how great Polk County is and Polk County schools. I mean, I just cannot tell you. And anytime I go to something like that, I always come back more of appreciation. But I'm gonna tell you something about him. That's Mr. Green. Monday, Monday when I got up there, I didn't know he was going to be up there at the North Carolina Center for Advancement of Teaching. I went up there and I was just kind of hanging out in the lobby before all the other teachers got there. Next thing I know, he's coming out of a meeting. I'm like, what are you doing here? And of course, long story short, Dr. Karen Sumner, I asked her, I said, so what's Aaron doing up here? Well, they had called him and needed somebody to talk to these legislative people up there. And that's not just for helping Polk County, but that's helping all of North Carolina. And that's the kind of person he is. And people, we have a heck of a superintendent. And of course, he comes back up here Thursday night, support me once again. But I appreciate you, man.
Love you, brother.
Anybody got any questions? You know, I know Mr. Tennant right now, he would not like me wearing this red and white. I love you, buddy.
A little bit about what do they do for these teachers at NK?
Of course, we had different professional development all week. Unbelievable people coming in throughout the state, other states, colleges, learning different practices of teaching, different methods. And you kind of get in a rut sometimes, my age or whatever. It's good to have some refreshers. We worked together. We shared what we were doing in our schools and everything. And that's the thing, is sharing what each other's doing. And there's some dadgum good teachers. Those were good teachers up there. I mean, I was impressed. And, but I'm telling you, the culture that we have here is like no other. I mean, I listen to their stories and I'm like, goodness gracious. And then I tell them about stuff we do. They're like, oh my goodness. You know, and believe it or not, they're going to come down to Polk County High School in a few weeks. The folks up there, they just want to get a taste of it. So, but I appreciate it. But it was a great week. They made us feel like we were at the Emmy Awards or something. I mean, that's really the way it felt. And I was like, man, I really should have done a lot better at this. I was like, goodness gracious, you know, just and a lot of times you don't appreciate you know, how big it really is. And I didn't know how big it was till he threw that dadgum math number out to my wife and she sent me a text. And I was like, dadgummit, man, I should have probably, maybe shouldn't be saying this. Maybe I should have done better for us. I tried, I tried. I did the best I could. But, once again, it was a great week. I'm behind at school right now with my students, but and they're tired of having a sub all week, which I have a great sub, but Ms. Johnson, but I'm glad to be home. So, any more questions?
I just want to say thank you for your service over the years, I'm so grateful for the positive impact you had on all three of my kids. So
well, I'll tell y'all, I still got his thank you note in my file that he sent me when his kids went through, and I appreciate Mr. Parsons. But us teachers, we really appreciate those thank you notes. But I appreciate you, appreciate all of y'all. Y'all a heck of a board. Great lawyer back there too.
It's just hard to give him a compliment. He always turns it back around.
Well, I'm gonna go home. I was telling Miss Crump there that my son is home, so he's getting a good meal right now from my mother-in-law. So it's probably not healthy, but I look forward to it. So I'm hoping there's a better picture at home right now. Appreciate you.
Not a finer individual to represent Polk County Schools in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Chauncey, thank you, Mr. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. It was a very special event, and you guys would have been very proud. The things I heard about Chauncey Barber from those other teachers and those administrators who were up there, nothing but complimentary. And if he would stay here, I'd have said the same thing. He really did mess up by saying we instead of I. The rest of them talked about I did this and I did that. He said we every single time. So you could make an argument he probably did himself in by we. But that's what he's about. That's what his program's about, and we sure appreciate it. Another group of individuals I just want to take a minute and recognize are our school-based principals and assistant principals. Folks, I did that job for a while, and I can tell you that it ain't no joke, and you guys know that. So the Mr. Allens of the world, the Dr. Schweitzers of the world, the people who are willing to take up that mantle really have a great deal of respect. And I know you guys know how hard they work and what they mean. Folks, principals can make or break schools. They absolutely do. And they have a huge impact on their communities. I feel very fortunate to have the principals that we do working with our students. All of us can improve, but at the end of the day, we're very fortunate. So this month is Principal Appreciation Month. We like to wait until the springtime of the year to kind of do our celebration of all educators, but I'd be remiss not to mention that during Principal Appreciation Month to say thank you to our principals, definitely on behalf of our board, but to also help you know that. And if you want to send them a little short message, you're welcome to do so, but we'll be honoring them in a different variety of ways. But I want to say thanks to our principals publicly here in the meeting.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, then moving down under instructional, first item here is school improvement plans. Ms. Jan Crump.
Good evening, board. As you know, this evening we had the pleasure of hearing from our school administrators as they presented their school improvement plans to you. And I believe during closed session, you all are going to talk about the school safety component of those plans, and we'll be looking for approval of those plans that were presented tonight. But it's always a joy to hear the great things that are happening in our schools and hear from our administrators.
Any questions for Ms. Crump?
I just want to add, I appreciate Ms. Crump's work along with, as I said, Adrian, Hammond, Mr. Sherping, in terms of getting them information. They really had a kind of central focus on growth, and that being the name of the game this time. So I appreciate your work with them, and that was reflected in their plans. So thank you for taking the time.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Ms. Crump?
I think they've done a wonderful job outlining all the plans for the school. So very good.
Makes you feel like we're in good hands.
Indeed. Thank you much.
All right.
The next thing we have under instructional is it's going.
After us, you got to table it until 6 weeks.
Next item is overnight field trip request, FFA land judging. Mr. Green.
So speaking of Mr. Barber, obviously he would love approval on his land judging trip. And then I have a late arrival for you. Ashley also has a vet science group that would like to go to that competition, that career development event in Sanford. So that'll be another overnight trip. I know you didn't have this for quite as long a time, but given its date, we need to go ahead and approve it now if we're going to approve it. Both of these had 6 weeks of lead-in time, all the necessary endorsements from the principal and the components of the plans. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions, but these are trips that we're used to these folks taking. They do a good job of it, and it's certainly meaningful for the students involved.
Any questions, Mr. Green? If not, we're looking for a motion and a second for approval.
I'd like to make a motion of both field trips to be approved.
I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Now moving under administrative, first item up is we have Safe Schools Crisis Plans, Mr. Green.
Just want to make sure I point out to folks, the board and the folks who may be in attendance, that our Safe Schools plans are reviewed in closed session for obvious reasons. We don't have that information out there to the public. The last thing we want to do is tell people how we're going to respond if you had a crisis or an event like that. Certainly, it's important for the public to know those plans exist and that we do review them and update them each and every year. But as I said, Mr. Chair, that'll be done in closed session, and we'll have a pretty comprehensive look at those with the board. Dr. Schwartz will help me with that presentation when we get to that point.
Very good. Then we will move on down to the Polk County High School construction update. Dr. Brandon Schweitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So an adventure that started in June of 2021 is very slowly drawing to a close. I gave our project manager one goal. We talked about we need this done by the time Mr. Sherping is out the door. This is his crown jewel achievement here. Make sure this HVAC project gets done. It looks like we're going to come up just a touch short, but we are right at the finish line. Where we are in the project right now, as you're aware from our last update, all of the physical install is done. We are down to remaining test and balance, and what's involved in that is they are going through each one of the classrooms and making sure that the units are putting out the correct amount of air and the air temperature that each section is calling for. I want you to imagine, if you were compared to your home HVAC unit, imagine your home HVAC unit being controlled by 15 different households. That's essentially the way each one of our air handlers are trying to manage all these different classrooms that are asking for different temperatures at different times. We obviously give them a closed window. They don't have complete control, but they do have plus or minus 3 degrees in there. So test and balance's job is to make sure that all those things are balanced out and the system's working as function. We are also in the midst of commissioning. Commissioning is a part of the process where an independent group comes through and makes sure that the equipment that was supposed to be installed was in fact installed and it is functioning to the parameters of the contract that is agreed upon. So that commissioning process is ongoing currently as well. We do have a few small little hiccups we're navigating. There's some control issues, meaning just like I talked about a minute ago, some of those thermostats that are calling back, they are communicating exactly the way they should. The good news is it defaults back to just a regular set point globally. So we haven't seen wild temperature swings at the high school, but they are taking care of some of those control point issues this today and early this week. And then some remaining roof leak issues that we are wrapping up in our gym area and getting that all taken care of. Actually went out and met with our roofers today to go and evaluate that space. So down here, you can see what we've paid year to date and then our retainage that is remaining on that project. But the overall project, again, is coming to a close. There is one more component that is tied to this. That is our next bullet I'll talk about, which is our overall floors. But in terms of the overall project, we're in pretty good shape. I can't say enough good things about Mr. Sherping and his guidance and leadership in this project over the course of this entire thing. I've had the opportunity to not only work alongside him the last couple of months, but work with him in the capacity as principal of the high school as we were negotiating all these challenges. And I can honestly say we couldn't have done it without him. So I want to make sure I point that part out. Any questions about that part?
Questions? Dr. Schweitzer, we'll stick with you for the Polk County High School floor project.
Awesome. So one of the outcomes that came out of this adventure was that our construction crews figured out just how exactly we had been managing our floors. So let me rewind the clock and do this as succinctly as I can. When Polk County High School was built, it was built with terrazzo floors. Terrazzo, for just in the simplistic terms, let's just say it is a polished concrete. That makes it a whole lot easier to talk about. It's not exactly, but that's what we'll say it is for now. For years and years, 30 years, our approach to finishing those floors has been to add 3 layers of wax and then polish it down a layer and add 2 more back, and then so on and so forth. So you can see how over 30 years, you get all these wax layers that have built up. I came to Polk County High School roughly 15 years ago I assumed the floors just had a natural tint to them. That was the color of them. I didn't realize they actually have a blue tone to them when you get all the way down to the surface. Years of wax have sort of discolored that slightly. Where we're at and why that matters. So you may be saying, how does this matter with all of this? Throughout the construction project, there were some various areas of the building where they drug some equipment. They put some gouges in the wax, not the terrazzo surface. You have to do substantial damage to that to get anything to make marks in it. But they did some gouges through our wax areas. And then later on in the project, in an attempt to protect the floors, they committed the cardinal sin. They used duct tape to tape down all of their areas. They don't know this, but I do from working there, that nothing takes up wax like duct tape. So when they pulled that duct tape back, 30 years of wax came with it. And so what it left was racing stripes down all of our hallways, just streaks and everything. So on top of the normal construction damage, you had all of these streaked areas running throughout all our halls. So that's the concise story of how we arrived at this place. Brady Construction's been really good about talking with us about how to navigate this. They recognize they have a part to play in this process and causing some of this damage that has occurred to our floors. And as a result, they have worked with us in finding bids and also sharing some of that burden in terms of addressing the high school floors. We did bid out and look at a couple different organizations to take a look at the project, and we did settle in on a company called Janipros or Stone Pros. I've given you the quotes on breaking it up into 3 separate parts. And the negotiation with Brady, they have agreed to contribute $45,000 to the project, leaving a remaining balance of roughly $37,000 to refinish our entire floors. And what's involved in that refinish is taking all of our floors all the way down to the polished concrete, removing those baseboards along all the edges because they also have 30 years of wax built and splashed up onto them. So all the baseboards out, all the way down to the polished concrete, brand new baseboards, and from here on out, we will no longer be waxing our floors. We will be polishing and honing them on a biannual basis. What that will then do is it means that our janitorial staff or custodians over at the high school won't be spending a week and a half waxing floors every summer anymore. To actually polish all those floors, it takes roughly 3 days with 2 individuals to run a machine over it and buff it out. And they only have to do it about biannually. Those floors are incredibly durable and look beautiful if you go and see the areas where they have actually done some of the testing. I kept arguing we should just keep doing bids because they kept doing little sections at a time. But it looks fantastic in the areas where they've polished and honed it.
Mr. Chair, certainly we'd recommend this. This was an agreement kind of hatched out between the construction group and us. We felt they were responsible for a certain amount of it. Obviously, they weren't responsible for all of it. And so we felt like that was a decent compromise, given where we are on the project.
Well, we talk about funding all the time. So what about, where's this gonna come?
So we have some money in our designated lottery funds that we can use to come up with this. We always try to keep a little bit of buffer there for projects just like this that maybe a little extra or you need a little bit extra money. So we certainly have that in our balance in our lottery funds that we can use. We also have some special appropriation, some regular appropriation from county where we've had an overage. Let's say if sales tax is a particular year, we may have some overage. I think we still have some funds sitting over there as well that we could use to apply.
Okay.
How long would this project take and when would it start and when would it end?
That is purely at our discretion. Overall project timeline is roughly 2 to 3 weeks, all done at night work. So it's pretty amazing the equipment they bring in. They essentially bring a polish sander and a stripper in to strip it all down and essentially sand that concrete down to its correct hone. They can do, for an example, the entire upstairs of the high school in roughly a day and a half. To get that area polished down. If you think about what they're doing, they're not reapplying any wax. They are literally stripping it down to its base and then polishing and honing it out with a machine. So they can do all that at nighttime, not interrupting any operations of school, anything like that.
Other questions for Dr. Schweitzer on the floor? This is an actionable item. We'll be looking for a motion and a second for approval.
So moved.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Moving along, we'll now move to the Tryon Elementary construction. Dr. Brenda Schweitzer once again.
So if you recall last board meeting, we brought to you that our facilities committee had met and reviewed the plans for the proposed Tryon Elementary School pre-K addition. We talked about its proposed location, and just for reference, we talked about it just behind that annex area. That is a very rough to scale sort of placement of what that facility would look like in that designated zone. Down here, I have left that drawings review by the facilities subcommittee that they've taken a look at. We have now reached the phase where we have negotiated with our architect as to a contract with them. So just as a reminder of how this process works, we will negotiate a contract with our architect, who will then oversee or help us be a part of navigating the next steps. The next steps would be that we would put out to bid for a contractor to actually take the job. Once that bid process is gone, we would enter into an additional contract with that particular builder, that contractor, and the architect would assist us in that selection process of a builder, and then also some of the oversight that takes place through the build process as we move forward. Obviously, per the contract, there are some limitations in that piece. There's some independent considerations we're going to need to take a look at when we enter into our contract phase with our actual builder. But for right now, this contract we are putting before you for approval is with our architect only. It has also been reviewed by our facility subcommittee. There were two actual documents that were shared. One is the standard form of agreement between owner and architect. That is the contract itself with our architect. The other is general conditions of the contract for construction. That one is a lot of definitions and just a general understanding of, once we enter into this agreement, what will that look like in terms of that relationship between us, architect, and then builder as we get into the process. So what we're submitting to you for the board tonight, your approval, is the approval of the contract with our architect. One adjustment that was made is we shifted and pivoted away from a percentage-based fee with an architect and towards a fixed fee. Just in the simplest terms, in terms of thinking about that, that percentage-based fee was a % of total project. As you can imagine, as architects and people came back and said, you know, now that you're going, I'd like for you to add this or do this, much like when you're building a home, you make little adjustments. Architects started getting a bad name because what people started thinking was, well, you're recommending changes, so your fee goes up. So they've sort of shied away from some of that percentage-based contract, and they've moved towards a fixed rate. We have negotiated out a fixed rate of $225,000 as an ending contract. And we do believe that to be a fair price given the scope of the entire addition we are planning.
Questions for Dr. Spicer? That being said, you got a question?
So, are you good with this contract?
Yeah, I reviewed it, and I talked with Brandon and Dave about it. You know, it's an AIA contract. I hate them. You know, 40 pages of gobbledygook, but the essentials for Lieutenant Dr. Schweitzer is covered, and I think it's fine. I think they did a good job on focusing on the important portions of it.
I'm gonna make one point. Not that Dr. Schweitzer said it wrong, but it was as we do hear a lot, there was a lot of we in this. And this is, you know, this is a contract that the board is signing for Polk County Schools for the organization. So he talked a lot about we, and I mean that to kind of think about us here, but this is like every other contract, a contract between the school system and them with your signing of it right there. The only slight issue with this contract, and I don't think it's not at all a concern. As I read it, I had a misunderstanding of the role of the architect. And that's Mr. Fagan said, this is the AIA, American Institute of Architects. Obviously, the contract is written in favor of the architects here. And as we had a discussion through this contract with the architect, one of the things that I realized was that this project, very much like our high school project that we just finished, very much like Mr. Miller did with the construction of the middle school, it's our responsibility as a school system to make sure that that building gets built the way we want it. The architect's going to draw it. He's going to provide the documentation necessary for the builder. The builders to make sure it gets built to that, but it's not the architect's job to make sure that everything is done exactly correct. Their job is to supervise, but not inspect everything that happens in that construction. I went into this assuming that their role was to actually make sure that this got built the way it was supposed to. And although they'll be very active and there's visits that are in that contract and all those things, it's going to be up to Dr. Schweitzer or whoever Mr. Green assigns to spearhead this project, very much like we've done everything else lately, and make sure that it's working its way through the construction process in the way Polk County Schools wants it done. Nothing wrong with it, just something I went into that when I started reading this contract, I didn't understand that quite as clearly as I did after reading that contract.
In line with what Mr. Sherping is saying, this is an important distinction between the last major contract that the board engaged in with our HVAC project, which was a design bid build all the way through the process, design build, I'm sorry, all the way through the process from design to finish. This one is our architect has designed the project. We are putting it out to bid at the next steps upon your approval, and then they'll work with us to select an appropriate contractor in which we will engage in an independent contract with them to actually build it. So the three of us will then work in tandem to ensure the building gets built correctly.
You might give the example when we discuss this about the difference between them inspecting or saying that this is built correctly as opposed to supplying the specs and the architect saying, yes, they have met this spec, that spec, the other spec.
Yes, sir. I come from a construction background. I've got a family full of builders, so I gave this example when we were talking earlier. The plans may call for a 2x4 to be put in a specific spot. The builder may put a 2x4 in that specific spot. According to the architect, that is per their plans, life is good. We may come behind them and look and see that that 2x4 is twisted and cracked and doesn't look great, and maybe it's cockeyed and not installed great. The architect's going to say, you put in what I told you to put in. It's the responsibility of us to come behind and take a look at it and say, yes, you did follow the plans. That's not acceptable in terms of what actually happens moving forward. So I think that's an important distinction as we go through this process to make sure we've got eyes on at all times.
Mr. Chair, just to be frank with the board, I've never known a school construction project where you didn't need to be out there at least every other day, if not every day, poking your nose around, making sure things were getting done at the right pace, of the right quality. That's something Mr. Sherping's done on a regular basis with this HVAC project. And, you know, that's the way we'll proceed with this one. You're going to have eyes on it. So architect does give you some leverage, some push on, hey, you're not meeting the design. You can hold the contractor or whatever contract in place for them, but we'll have to ultimately do our due diligence and be there and make sure that things are going together.
Other questions? This is another actionable item. We'd be looking for a motion to approve. In second.
I move that we approve the agreement between owner and architect.
Motion to have a second.
A second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to our next item, we have the attendance policy 4400. Mr. Green.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I think we made a change to reflect guardian instead of parent in that policy. But other than that, I think the board understood kind of where we were with the policy. Again, this is an effort to support students and families, not to be hugely punitive, but we wanted a clearer definition of chronic absenteeism and making sure we outline what we're going to do to be supportive of students in that attendance policy. So other than those changes that were recommended last time, that's the same policy you approved on first reading, and we certainly recommend moving forward.
It will go in effect
immediately
tomorrow
when you adopt it. Okay.
Good. So moved.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Sticking with you, Mr. Green, we'll go with bus driver pay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I would love to say that we're not coming back to do this again, as we did it not too long ago. If you'll recall, pre this biennial budget, we did bus driver pay one time. Given the lay of the land and our inability to find folks who are willing to drive, especially for where that price is now, right now, starting bus drivers around $16.79 per hour to drive a bus. Most districts that I've talked to over the last week are somewhere in the $20 range. You've got some out on the coast that have a particularly difficult time that are even in the $25 to $50 an hour range. You do have a few in your metropolitan areas that have stuck with $18 an hour because they have a bigger pool of people to pull pull from, or they've had different situations going on there. But around $20 is what I'm seeing on a pretty regular basis in terms of driver pay. I can tell you, I've spoken with CDL drivers in this community who are literally making $25 or $30 an hour to drive a dump truck. And dump trucks don't have 2 classrooms worth of kids on them. And so it's extremely hard right now to find, to attract them. And I'm worried that if we don't go up on our bus driver pay again, that we're going to lose the ones that we have, because they're going to find other opportunities out there. The reason that, we've made subtle changes administratively before in pay, especially if we have the allotments, but because this is going to involve the expenditure of some local funds, I wanted the board to hear this out and approve this. Anything above $17.89 is not reimbursable by the state. So if a driver makes $20, the state will reimburse us for $17.89. The federal government pay for transportation will reimburse us to that much, and then the local has to pick up the rest. So this recommendation will come with a local burden to it. I don't know what else to do. We've already had buses parked frequently this year. Accordingly, I received phone calls in my office about buses not running or having to run 2 routes and kids getting home late. So this is an attempt to try to shore up our bus driver pool and to make sure that we keep the ones that we have that have done so well for us for so long. As far as how much local money that will cost, we've had such a sporadic thing going on with our drivers and our routes. Our routes still haven't kind of leveled off for the year, so I can't tell you exactly what that'll be. It will be in the tens of thousands of dollars, I'm sure. So we'll have to figure out where that money's coming from a budgetary standpoint. Again, I hate it, but we are at levels where we can't continue to park buses. We're obligated to provide transportation for students. I don't think that means we should start with node stops or that we should alter the schedules of our schools tremendously. I feel like we could try this as a measure to see if we can get a few more drivers on board and try to move forward. So at this point, I'm recommending a $3.50 increase in driver pay across the board, because you don't want to move your bottom drivers up and then not do anything with your top drivers. Your drivers who've been here for 20 years who might be making $19 or $20, they deserve that bump, in my opinion, too. So this was be an across the board for all driver recommendation of a $3.50 per hour increase for driving a bus.
So we're already then dipping into some local funds.
Yes, sir.
For some of our bus drivers already.
Which is why we had you adopt it last time.
Right.
Yeah, and part of the dipping in this year is gonna be fuel costs, because fuel costs is up.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
How many drivers do we need to be whole?
If you want to talk about dealing with situations, I forgot, I think we have 6 drivers that are 70 or older, maybe. So you're talking about people who have illness, who have appointments, who have things like that. So if you're going to run not only your regular routes, but have a few people kind of left to be subs for those routes, and you're talking about at least 5 or 6 more people that we need. Right now, we need 3 to run our buses the way we're running them. I could get into specifics, but that's a personnel matter, and we'll wait till closed session about some of the situations going on with people's health. And at some point, you've got people like we've got a TA who gets up at 4 in the morning, drives a morning route, goes to school, does our teacher assistant job, drives the afternoon route, and then goes home. You can imagine what home life is like after you've done that kind of day. It's not good. It's not good for that driver. It's not good for the kids necessarily. And so we want to try to do a better job with that. This is a problem every district is having. I was at superintendent's meetings last week. Catawba County said they're averaging about 21 buses they park every single day. There was another district that was parking 54. Now they had 360 some buses that were parking about 54 buses a day. So this is a problem everywhere, and everybody's having to do the same kinds of things to address it.
I think we have to do something because we need our bus drivers and we need to be competitive with other states. So I make a motion that we approve of bus drivers pay and find the money.
All right.
And I second.
Motion and second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
If for some reason, Mr. Chair, we had a run on bus drivers and supply and demand rears its head and we have a surplus, the board could obviously go back and change that salary rate. I just do not anticipate that happening.
Danielle, did I hear you there on an aye? Danielle, you there?
Yes, aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Moving on then to old business. Mr. Green, any old business?
No old business, sir.
All right, how about new business?
I do have some new business. Although we're going to take an opportunity on October the 24th to celebrate Mr. Sherping's career here with Polk County Schools, I'd like you to put that date down from 3:30 to 6 p.m. We'll have a little kind of drop-in reception here. We'll make some remarks about 5:30 that night. Try to have some of Mr. Sherping's old school colleagues here as well, but would love for the board to be there. I did feel like, given this is his last last meeting officially as an employee of Polk County Schools, I wanted to publicly acknowledge your service to the district, Mr. Sherping, and say thank you on behalf of the board and our district. 30 years is nothing to sneeze at. And I know you're not maybe quite there to 30 completely, but you were awfully daggone close. And speaking as someone who's worked very closely with Dave over the past few years, Mr. Sherping does more than I could ever explain to you, and more than anybody in this district realizes. All the little things he takes up and takes on because he cares and because he wants it done. I could go on and on about that, and we will on October the 24th. But we wanted to also celebrate him when he is no longer an employee, so he can say whatever he wants to whoever he wants in the celebration. But I cannot think of a finer individual, a better friend, and somebody who's definitely held me accountable over my time here. But Mr. David Sherping is an outstanding educator, and we certainly owe him a great deal of gratitude and respect. Thank you, Dave, for what you've done.
Thank you.
Board, I know you share that sentiment with me. And Mr. Sherping, if you have any comments for the board, you're welcome to do that, or you can wait till we get to the next one.
I hadn't really thought about it, so I'll tell you the one thing that Mr. Green's heard, Jan has heard numerous times. When I moved here in 1993, Polk County School was the place that they had always been. If you go back to that time, you pull up the green book, we were third from the bottom in our performance across North Carolina. We'd been third from the bottom. Everybody was happy with third from the bottom, and that's where it was. You opened that book year after year after year, and we were always in that same place. Susan McHugh came and made a dramatic change. The board changed. This consistency of leadership in this school system, some of you here at that time, saw that consistency. I tell everybody, I've been here 30 years and I've had 3 superintendents. That should have easily been 10 superintendents over that time. There's 7 of you on this board. There have been 12 or 13 people that have filled those seats in that time. That ideas that you've heard about our schools, as Mr. Barber was saying, that they feel confident to do the things they need to do. Our principals have the authority to run their schools the way they know, comes down to the leadership that we have in you as board members and our superintendents. Now, I've been very, very fortunate here to put into place the actions that our superintendents and you as board members have decided is the best path forward. And that's been my job all this time, is to put in place everything that you needed done to make sure our teachers and our principals and everybody else in the school system has that support. So I thank you for that opportunity. As Susan told her many, many years ago, I thanked her for the opportunities that she gave me. And she said, we give that to everybody. Only some people pick those up and actually do something with them. And I've been very fortunate to take your guidance, help our principals, help our teachers, help our students move forward and move from that third from the bottom to third from the state for the most part of the last 30 years. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Also, want to give you some prep time, so whatever stories you have about Mr. Sherping that you'd like to convey, and really we'll celebrate and honor him not only October 24th, but our next board meeting we'll do something formal. But definitely wanted to acknowledge this is your last one. And yes, Carl-Ann Sherping comes by my office every day with a little note card on it. It has one word on it: no. So, it's well deserved. But thank you, Mr. Sherping. The other thing I wanted to say is there is a reason that our educators are trained in CPR and things like the Heimlich maneuver. And last week, Mr. Billy Alm actually performed on a student who was choking, who the nurse indicated probably would not have had a good outcome if he would not have done that. And so it's rare you hear about the Heimlich maneuver saving a life. We actually think that took place in our high school last week. So wanted to acknowledge Billy Alm. Definitely called him and said thank you to him and appreciate that. Jennifer Husky was right there very quickly. But I think it's good for the board and the community to know that we have those type of people that are ready to train, and when that kind of thing happens, that they can step in and do that. I thought that was pretty incredible. Now, when he got through, he was obviously a little shaken up by it, but you know, it worked out well. Could have been a different outcome. The only other thing, Dr. Spicer, I don't know, did I miss you going through the Polk Central project and the other thing?
Yes, sir. I can start.
Under old business, if you don't mind, I'll trace back to that. As inappropriate, Mr. Fagan can fuss at me later.
So we just have two small additional projects I wanted to make sure the board was updated on that we are working through. The first is our Polk Central entrance, our security upgrade that we're looking to do there. As we've done at many of the schools, we've looked at redesigning the main entrance and walk-in to be a safer entryway. Many of our schools were built at a time where you had sort of open format, free access. Obviously, that flies in the face of current security protocols and considerations of what you're trying to do. So we're trying to take old infrastructure and redesign it for a new purpose. With that, we have partnered with a company called Seven Oaks. It's been really good to us over time, done some great work with us. They are experiencing the same logistical issues and backlog issues that every supplier and company out there that you run into is dealing with. Right now, the framing work for the airlock design we're looking at putting in at Polk Central, meaning they're adding basically a buffer area that you would enter one door and then enter an additional door that'll be cut in to the left as you go into Polk Central. That little buffer airlock and the framing required to create that has been on about a 6 to 7 month delay. The Buncombe County Schools placed their order roughly 2 months ahead of us. They just got theirs last week. So if Buncombe's just getting theirs, we can expect ours about Christmas time for us to be able to begin that project. In the meantime, we are looking to go ahead and install that exterior door that will be to the immediate left. That will provide foot traffic straight access into the main office area and not come into the building and then into the main office. So it's much safer to have those doors locked from outside traffic coming in. They come in the main office only, and then that they need to go out in the building, they're released from there. Obviously, we're going to do that part first, and then we'll get the airlock design installed afterwards. But I wanted to give a quick update on that Polk Central entrance. Before I jump to the next one, any questions about that? The next one is we are going through and evaluating all of our elementary playground surfaces. As you can tell over the years, there's been some of our playground surfaces that schools have done their best to try to address and remediate. Over time, mulch breaks down. It's an organic material and it breaks down into soil, which compresses and gets harder and harder. So when you have years and years and years of this, you get either complete sort of washout in given areas or compaction to a point where now it's unsafe, quite frankly, in some spots that you may be looking at in high impact areas like monkey bars or some of those high fall areas. So Tryon Elementary, we deem to be a high risk and a high priority area to take a look at. We've had a local landscaper come in and do a full grounds remediation on that. He has only addressed just the surface area. To give you an idea of the work that's been done, he has gone through and skimmed all of that mulch surface out, and then under the high impact areas, he's dug that out roughly 12 inches and put back in tumble safe mulch to where you have now a 12-inch buffer of tumble safe mulch in all of your high impact zones. I'm a former wrestling coach and I've walked on wrestling mats many times in my life. I walked out on the playground earlier today. It's the first time I stepped on mulch where I felt like I was kind of like sinking in. It's literally soft and squishy, which is exactly the way you would want it to be for our children to be safe. We're going to be evaluating other playgrounds as we move through. Tryon was a high need area, so we're going to be taking a look at some other spots as we go. But I wanted to update you on one of those projects we were pursuing.
And as the board knows, that Tryon playground has always been a place where the water kind of collects. And so over the years, it'll move mulch around and it'll compact harder maybe because of the dry water. But we appreciate that effort and wanted to make sure you guys were updated.
Questions? Any other new business?
That's it.
All right, under information, you'll have the September Head Start Policy Council minutes, pre-K monthly report, pre-K financial report, the monthly financial report, and the year-to-date credit card report. Now move into closed session. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have more than 10 on our list, so we do not need to vote to extend the time frame tonight. For those who've signed up, we have 3 minutes a person. As a reminder, do not discuss any personnel or individuals. And first on our list is Paul Isher.
First, I want to thank Dave for saying just about everything else and say what I've said. Okay, hush.
First, I'm going to read because otherwise I'd never say with 3 minutes. First, I'd like to congratulate the board and the administrative staff for once again guiding our schools to be second in the state academically. This does not happen by chance, and it happens only when you have high academic standards and they are set and followed. So thank you. There's a TV commercial about an insurance company that I just love, and it always says, we know a few things because we've seen a few things. Well, I've seen a few things. So I've been here since 1975 when I was a volunteer at Sunnyview teaching art. And then I moved on to be the traveling librarian at the elementary schools. We didn't have librarians then. I shelved books and read stories to the children. We were not accredited as a school system back then. And as Dave said, things didn't get a whole lot better even when he came in '93. We were still at the bottom of the state. The first year of the North Carolina writing test for 4th grade, narratives, I was teaching 4th grade, and we scored at the bottom of the state. My class scored at the bottom of the county. So you know where that put us. Anyway, Susan McHugh, Leonard, I think at that time actually, was our superintendent. And she asked what had happened on that test and called all of us in. And we said, well, you know, we really not had any training on how to teach this new narrative writing. We were teaching them to write stories, but it wasn't working out so well. And so about a week and a half later, someone from Raleigh showed up, did workshops on narrative writing for all the 4th grade teachers. In my opinion, that began with her administration a culture of expecting excellence in Polk County schools. It's kind of leadership that drove us from the bottom to the top of the state academically. There's a lot of tough love, a lot of making difficult choices, but that kind of leadership isn't always popular, you all may know. But it's that kind of commitment to excellence, people like Susan, Bill Miller, this gentleman right here, Aaron Green, and I'll include Dave and the other administrative staff, have made some tough decisions over time. But it isn't possible without a school board like you that can support these things. And I'm looking at people here that have been here like forever on this board. You don't change much, and the new people, but your commitment and the generous devotion of people like Jeff Tennant, you know, who led this group for so many years, those are the kinds of things that have made this school system what it is today. It's that kind of leadership, those tough decisions. Y'all had the weight of making really, really tough decisions. Thanks. You done good.
Next up, we have Melissa Hall.
So I want to thank you for voting for more money for the bus drivers. Mr. Green has been talking about this in the face for the last couple of years. I'm one of those parents. I'm grateful. My kids ride the bus home in the afternoon. It helps me with work because I also have 2 teenagers that come to my house to watch my little kids because I haven't had the after school care. It happens every single year in this county. And I know Mr. Green has been trying to work and figure out solutions. I don't know what those solutions are because I try to rack my brain over it. And I know we get grants at times, and that sets how much those people for after school get paid. But we are a small county, but we have lots of parents here who have children that have to have help. I'm very grateful I got the call the other day that my kids now get into after school. It's great. Puts a little bit less pressure on the kids that are helping me. I really appreciate them because it's my oldest son and a friend of ours, his daughter, their daughter that's been helped me out through the summer. And I appreciate it, but it gives my son a little bit more time to be able to do some stuff he needs to do to concentrate. It's not his job to help me watch his brothers. If there's other parents still on that list, I'm grateful it helps me, but we got to figure out a solution. It can't be every single year. We're coming to this. My kids are getting older, so one day I don't need it. A few years ago, I was driving to Miss Tammy's to go take my kids. I picked them up at 2 o'clock on my lunch break, took them to Miss Tammy's. The principal at the time at Sunnyview called Mr. Green and said, I need your help. I have a parent going all the way to Miss Tammy's. Mr. Green called me and said, you don't have to do that anymore. I was grateful because it was either that or I would have had to lose 2 hours of work. I now have, because of COVID, now switched to seasonal work. I go back home at the end of this month work in the winter, just in case something happens. I'm there if there is no school, because school's not dependable anymore like it used to be. Yes, it's not a babysitter, but by state law, we have to put them in school. I pray that this gets more money to the people that we need for those bus drivers, because they can go somewhere else. But we also need to start looking at our cafeteria workers. We got to figure out where the money's coming from. Cost of living is not changing, it's going up. That now puts our first year teacher not making as much as the bus driver by the DPI. Is that fair? No, it's not. We have teachers coming out of school who the other day I work with, she's not going to be a teacher. That's sad, because she can make more money doing what I'm doing.
Sure.
And she has a full college education. She also has a minor in psychology. Let's start looking at the whole picture too, please. Not here to fuss at you. I'm here to work with you, trying to figure out solutions too. And I really appreciate Mr. Green sometimes, even though we don't always agree on everything.
Thank you, Ms. Next up, we have Robbie Price.
I'm gonna just stand back here. I want to just address the board. I appreciate all the hard work y'all do. This gentleman right here too. Mr. Barber left, and I wish he'd have stuck around because he had a lot of influence on my daughter. She's graduating this year out of Appalachian. And he changed her career goals. She's going on, and I want to also thank this board and stuff for linking with isothermal, because it took a whole year off of her education there. So she's graduating on in a 3-year plan instead of 4. So she's gonna be able to finish her master in a 4-year versus the longer than that. So, well, I appreciate y'all doing all that for all the students here in this county, and y'all doing a great job, a fine job, and appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Amy Valentine.
So I just wanted to take a minute tonight to tell you how excited I am about the fact that we actually have a certified library media specialist at high school now. I've been waiting and wanting this for several years. Having a certified librarian in the school makes such a difference to the success of the students and the school as a whole. The library is the hub of the learning that takes place in any school. And for it to be successful, you have to have a qualified and passionate librarian running it. Librarians are experts in inquiry, collaboration, exploration, innovation, engagement. They help students to think, create, share, and grow. And they specialize not only in student choice, but helping students find their voice. There was a list published several years ago that says there lists like 100 things students would miss if they didn't have a school librarian. And that list included things like a connection between the outside world and the classroom, resources to broaden their global perspective, a safe forum to explore new ideas, a place to get help when they need it, and a place to celebrate learning. So I just want to thank you for providing this place and this person for our students in Polk County.
Ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our public input. Mr. Green, if you would please, for our next meeting, I'd like to be prepared for us to address Ms. Holland and some of the concerns she had there about after school. Explain why issues that we're having and funding, et cetera.
Sure, I can certainly speak to it right this second if you needed me to.
Please.
So bus drivers are the first stepping off point. I think the board's aware. We talked about addressing clerical workers. We've got a clerical salary study we've done. That's probably gonna be our next foray. We need to do food service. We need to do custodians. Right now, we're trying to balance out custodial hours. We've tried to pair some of those jobs with bus driving jobs to get them to be full-time, so they've got benefits. Not many people want to be a custodian and a bus driver at the same time. So we may have to detach from that model and figure out something different, but all those salary schedules, we're in the process of trying to line up. As far as after school is concerned, I'm excited about, and I sure hope I'm not speaking out of turn because they're not here to represent themselves, but we've had some great conversations with the YMCA. And at some point partnering together, instead of us receiving a grant or them receiving a grant, let's get a grant together. And so let's use our school system to have the place for after school, and let's use the YMCA's expertise and their pool that they can pull from of employees. And so we think that could be a good marriage for us going forward. So hopefully in the next year or two, we'll be getting a lot of conversation with you guys as a board about memorandums of understanding. Can we extend this grant to help out with YMCA. It could even be something like a pass-through. We apply for the grant, we provide the space, and then we provide the funding to the Y for them to actually conduct the operations so that we don't have these limitations on the number of kids we can have. Thank goodness we've got high school kids that don't mind being after-school workers, and so we're starting to see a few more of them come on. But as you guys know, it's hard to hire anybody doing anything, and you're exactly right about the grant setting the price. You have to be consistent with other programs, which we paired with the Y, we could do maybe a little graduated pay. So all those things are definitely something, when Ms. Loveless and I talk about salary scales and ranges, you have to take it a piece at a time, and you have to wait and see what the state's going to do. As you can imagine, the state certainly doesn't provide enough money to cover these increases. And as far as beginning teacher pay is concerned, when a starting teacher in North Carolina makes 19% less than a starting teacher in Alabama, that's a problem. And that's the legislature, folks. That's all I can tell you. That's not us. We pay our local and federal folks the same. We have to pay the same as we do the state. So all I can tell you is if you don't mind calling a legislator and tell them that we absolutely are having people leave the profession because they can make more money managing Chick-fil-A.
Right.
Yeah. I talked to somebody the other day who's making $110,000 as a retail manager.
Yep.
We don't have anybody employed in our school system who makes on it. So if we don't get the state to figure that out, we're going to continue to lose educators. And even in Polk County, where you've got a good culture and people like to work, you're going to start seeing it. We already see the impacts here. So that's definitely an issue we raise up to the legislative level, and certainly the public voice can help with that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
For the question. Okay, with that being said, I'll be looking for a motion to move into closed session. For purposes of attorney-client privilege and personal. Thank you, sir, for the reminder. Thank you, guys. So, motion and second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Those nay, motion carries 7-0.
Hey, thank you, Danielle. Hang tight. We didn't eat. We already ate, so we're going to be like jumping right into it.
Good. I was like, if it happens again.
Right.
All right.
Right.
Secretary.
I agree. Did you get your budget in?
Debbie wasn't happy.
That's fine.
Debbie wasn't happy with me, but she knows.
I think you said we were down. Just not
Yeah, she's doing good. Good stuff, right? Of course, it's not the last that year. So she graduated this year too. Yeah, so she was doing UNC Ice today.
Yeah, I've got my.
All of me and my wife, but they did a great job of saying me, getting old. But then my kid now.
I went down to football then,
It's just some years. Yeah.
I had just heard
Years.
I thought that one was.
See you, Rick. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, see y'all. See you.